If you are a developer looking for another project for your portfolio, then this is the perfect project for you. There's a full stack voting application that comes with a lot of features that you need in a full stack application. And we are going to use the MERN stack, that is MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and Node.js to create this entire application. Now, some of the features that this application is going to have is a fully functioning authentication system. We are going to have a dark and a light theme functionality as well. We will make sure this is responsive. The whole application is responsive, and that means we are going to make sure it looks good on all devices, and a whole bunch of other features that we are going to explore as I walk you through the demo of this application and as we create the project as well. All right, of course, we are going to have the fully functioning election. There's actually a multi-election application. Okay, so you can have plenty elections on this same application, and we are actually going to deploy this and make it available on the internet once we are done creating the application locally. All right, so let me quickly walk you through the finished project. Okay, now to participate in the election, of course, you have to sign up, you have to register in the app to be able to vote in this election. So let's go ahead and register a user here. I'm going to call this person Jane Doe. So jane@gmail.com, that will be the email. Jane123 will be the password. And we have some checks. Okay, so if I go ahead and try to register, I get filling all fields. As you can see here, this confirm password isn't filled. So we have to make sure that it's filled. Okay, so I'm going to do Jane1234. Remember, this is Jane123. Okay, so these passwords do not match. Now, if I try to register, I get passwords do not match. And these are actually coming from the API, okay, the backend, which we'll get to. So, of course, we should make sure the passwords match. So now there's actually Jane123, same as the password itself. And now if I go to register, I am actually registered. Okay, so Jane Doe has been actually added to my database. All right, now if I try to log in here without entering anything as well, I get this filling all fields. So jane@gmail.com, that was the email, and Jane123 was the password. All right, so now let's log in, and so far we have 2 elections. Okay, 2 brand new elections, and as you can see, we have no votes for any of the elections, so meaning nobody has voted in this election yet. Okay, so Jane is the first person to be able to vote in any of these elections. So we have 2 elections so far, and yeah, as you can see, we have Harvard presidential elections 2024, and we have Legon SRC presidential elections 2024. Okay, this election has 4 candidates, and this also have 3 candidates. Okay, so let's vote in the Harvard presidential elections. Okay, so we are here and we can see the candidates. We can go ahead and vote for Vivian. Okay, and of course we are going to confirm our votes. Now if I cancel the votes and then come back to the results page, you can see we haven't voted. Okay, so nothing is showing. As you can see, although I selected Vivian to vote for, since I didn't confirm, we were not able to vote for Vivian. Okay, so let's enter the election again and actually vote for Vivian. So here I'm going to actually confirm this vote. All right, and I get thanks for your vote. Your vote is now added to your candidate's vote count. You will be redirected shortly to see the new results. And I've been automatically redirected back to the results page. And as you can see, Vivian now has 1 vote. Okay, and so far, since we are the only, or Jane is the only person who has voted, Vivian has 100% of the votes so far. All right, now one cool thing I added was if Vivian tries to vote again, of course, she shouldn't be able to vote in that same election. Okay, so you are only permitted to vote once in the selected election. Please vote in another election or sign out. Okay, so we can go back to the results page and actually vote in another election. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's actually vote in this Legon SRC presidential elections 2024. And here I'm actually going to vote for Jackson up here menu. Okay, so of course we confirm our votes. And yeah, thanks for your vote. Your vote is now added to your candidate's vote count. Okay, and automatically within a few seconds we will be automatically redirected back to the results page. And as you can see, we have one vote for Jackson. Okay, and of course if you try to vote in this particular election again, we won't be able to. Perfect. All right, now we wouldn't be able to, or Jane would not be able to add any elections. Okay, of course she can go ahead and view the details of each election. As you can see, once you click on the view, okay, if you're not an admin and you click on the view, you get the details of the election, the candidates and the voters in that particular election, and that's all you get, right? But if I go ahead and actually I'm going to log out here and sign in as achiever@gmail.com. The password is achiever123 and log in. This is actually the admin of this app. Okay, so Achiever has a lot more privileges. Achiever can go ahead and actually vote. Okay, Achiever can Achiever is a voter basically. And Achiever can also actually edit an election, add an election, add candidates in election, delete candidates, and actually delete the election as well. So Achiever has all the CRUD functionalities that come with apps like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually add a new election. Okay, I'm actually going to add a new election called let's do Stanford presidential elections 2024. And for the description, I'll just have something random here. I'm going to choose the Stanford flag. And actually, you know what, let me show you something real quick. If I show you the source code for this entire application, let's get to the server side. You can see in this uploads folder, we're actually saving the images here. Okay, now there is only a backup for the entire images that is uploaded to the app. Okay, but I'm actually pushing all the images to Cloudinary, which is a cloud storage, and then we are getting a URL back from the response we get from Cloudinary, and that is the URL for the images we use on the app. As we selected this flag 2, which is the Stanford app, you can see, or you are going to see shortly, that this is going to be uploaded in the uploads folder. Okay, so let me submit this and show you quickly. Of course, you can see that Stanford presidential elections 2024 has been added to the elections, right? But if we come here and I click this, wait a minute, flag 2, yeah, okay, so you can see that Stanford has been, or the Stanford flag has been added to the elections. Okay, which is really cool. So I'm actually getting all these images that you see in the app. I'm getting all of them from Cloudinary, right? But I'm also saving them in the backend. Okay, I'm saving them in the project as well. So in case we have any issues with Cloudinary in the future, you can just go ahead and upload all the images that you have in the uploads folder, and your images on your app is going to be restored. All right, so Stanford presidential elections 2024, of course, since NS Achiever is logged in and is the ultimate admin, he can go ahead and actually add candidates for this election. Okay, so let's actually add some candidates for this. And I'm just going to use some random names and all that. I'm going to choose this image, and that will be our first candidate. Of course, he's been added. And actually, you know what, I'm actually going to delete this candidate just so I show you something. Okay, now let's come back to the results page, and this is our election, the election we just created, right? So if I enter, I should see this person and I can actually vote for him or her. All right, so what I wanted to show you is if I come back and actually delete this candidate, if you come here, we don't have any candidates. for this election. Okay, so if we enter that election, or if you try to vote for any person in that election, we get inactive election. There is no candidate, or there are no candidates found for this election. Okay, so I think that is a really cool feature as well. Of course, you shouldn't be able to vote in an election that has no candidates. All right, so that is just something cool that I added. So let's come back and actually add some candidates to this selection, and I'm going to do Jack Ma, just some random stuff. I'll add Michael Jackson back. Okay, yep, I'll add somebody else as well. That's Ronaldo. And lastly, I'll add one more person. Let me get the image first. What's her name? Kim? Yeah. All right, so these are the candidates for this election. Okay, and if we come back to the results page, you can see that we have that. Okay, now actually, to show you how the calculation, the loading for the different election work, since an achiever hasn't voted in any of these elections, we can actually check that out. Okay, so I'm actually going to vote for this person, Majid Michel. Okay, we get thanks for your votes. Your vote is now added, blah, blah, blah. And we will be automatically redirected to the results page. And now we should have 50 for Vivian Joe and then 50% for Majid Michel. That's for the load, okay? Since we have one vote here, one vote there, okay? Now, if I try to enter, we get already voted. Now, let's go ahead and actually vote for this person here as well. We get thanks for your vote, blah blah blah. So that is it for this whole application. Really, that is it for the application. Of course, for the dark theme, this is how it is looking. This is how the application is going to look like. Okay, we can actually edit the elections. Let's say most popular people in the world today, and I'm going to choose a different image. Actually, I'll just choose that same image. Okay, and I update. Now we get most popular people in the world today. Okay, that is a new title for this election. I hope that makes sense. So I think that is it for the entire application. Of course, I may have missed a few things out. Of course, we can actually go ahead. For instance, if I come here, we can actually go ahead and delete the selection. Okay, and remember, everything is being stored in our database. We have a database here that I should show you. So let me refresh this cluster and then show you the database I have here for the entire application. Okay, that is it, voting up, and you can see we have candidates collection, election collection, and a voter selection collection, right? So far we have 2 voters. One is an admin, I think. Yeah, we have only 2 voters. You can see one is an admin, one is not. And we have the vote collections, okay, which is the elections the person has voted in. We are going to have that relationship. It's almost going to be like a relational database. That's how we are going to link everything, or all the collections in the application. Okay, so this is going to be a very educative tutorial for you guys, and I hope you stay ready to learn more as we code along. Okay, so I can actually go ahead and delete the selection, and once I do that, every candidate in that election is going to be deleted as well. Okay, so if I go ahead and delete the selection, that election is deleted. If you come to the results page, we don't have that election again. Okay, Now let me show you how this is going to look on mobile devices. All right, so I'm just going to quickly sign up as a different user, John Doe. Come on, john@gmail.com. John. Of course, if I try to register an email that is already registered, for instance, if I try to register jane@gmail.com, remember we already have this, right? So if I try to sign that up, we get filling out first, of course. I'll do John123 for the passwords and try to register. We get email already exist. Okay, so that check is also in place. All right, now I'm going to do john@gmail.com. Now let's sign up, and we've been signed up. Of course, let's log in. john@gmail.com, john123, log in, and we can go ahead and actually vote. Since John hasn't voted in this election, he can go ahead and vote. I'm going to vote for Majid Michelle. I get the thanks for your votes, blah blah blah, and I'll be automatically redirected back to the results page. There we go. And as you can see, we have 2 votes for Majid Michelle. So 33% for Vivian and 66% for Majid. Now the Shatawali has 0%. Okay. So that is it basically. Of course, if I try to vote in this election, I get already voted. Okay. Yeah, so basically that's it for this entire tutorial. And of course, we can check out the other pages that we have. And since John Doe is not an admin, he is not able to delete candidates, delete election, add candidates, add election, and all that. Okay. So this is what we are going to build in this tutorial, and I hope you are ready to learn something real. And so we have a lot to do. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and set up our hosting and domain name. And having used or having worked with many hosting providers, the one that I always recommend for everyone is Hostinger. Now in the description of this video, you are going to find a link that's probably the first link that's going to bring you to this page. And that's an affiliate link that's going to give you the best deal for your hosting purchase. Okay, so go ahead and then click that link. That's going to bring you to this page. And if you visit this page and the design is a little different, that's because it changes from time to time, right? So there's Hostinger. Let's go ahead and then check out some of the hosting web hosting packages that they have. And right here is their premium shared hosting. Okay, so for only $2.80 per month, you are going to have, or you are going to be able to host 100 websites. They give you 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, as you can see here. Free weekly backups. They give you free domain name. How cool is that? For most of the hosting providers, you actually buy the domain name separately. Okay, here they give you a free domain name and a free email as well. So they give you a bunch of other stuff that are very cool and very helpful as well. Right, so this is a perfect deal for me. I'm going to go ahead and then click add to carts. And as I said, make sure you use the link in the description to get the best deal on Hostinger. All right, so this is very affordable, so I'm going to go ahead and then use the 48 months. Okay, and that's going to give me the best deal. And right here I'm going to go ahead and then enter my email. Right, so that's my email. I'm going to use PayPal. As you can see, my total is $133. Okay, now I have a coupon for you. Okay, and this is the best coupon on Hostinger. Go ahead and enter the coupon code EGATO. Okay, this right here, enter that and apply and see what you get. You get 10% discount. So that is a very cool deal, and this is a very reliable hosting. That is why I went ahead and then got you this very important deal. All right, so we are going to go ahead and submit our secure payment. All right, so after the payment, make sure you check out your email to finish up everything, confirm your email and all that. And right here I'm going to go ahead and then log in. So right here I just logged in, and I'm going to go ahead. As I said, they give you a free domain name, so you can go ahead and then claim the domain. Okay, which is really cool. On most platforms or with most hosting providers, you actually have to buy the domain name separately, which will cost you probably $10 or more, right? So the domain name I'm going to buy is Dami Egator, and I'm going to use the .com. Okay, so let me quickly check if that's actually available, and it is. Okay, so let's go ahead. As you can see here, that would cost me $14, but here they are giving it for me. They're giving it to me for free, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and then claim this domain name. Yeah, I forgot to mention, but they give us a free SSL as well. So let's go ahead and install that. Yep. And that's installing. And that's going to make sure every traffic on the website is secure. All right, so now let's proceed to work on the project. Now let's go ahead and create a folder for our application. And of course, we are going to work with the React side first, that's the client side. Later on, we're actually going to have another folder here called server, where it's going to have all the code for our backend, our Node Express API. Okay, but for now, let's work with the React. I'm going to open the client folder with my text editor, that's VS Code. And let me make this bigger so that you see everything. And if you have Node installed, you can just do npx create React app and then do dot to create a new React application in this directory. This should take a few seconds. Now that we have our React app installed, let's do npm start to start our app. And we have an issue with web vitals, but we are not even going to make use of that. So let's ignore that and I'll come to the project and clean some things up. In the public folder, the only file I need is the HTML file. Okay, so I'm going to delete every other file. Okay, now let's enter the HTML file and clean some things up. I'm going to remove all the comments. And for the title, I'll say responsive multi-election voting application tutorial. Okay, that's my title. I'm going to remove this comment as well. And that's all we need for the HTML, or that's what we need to do here. And for the source folder, I'm going to remove the app CSS, the app test.js, the logo here, the report web vitals. I'm going to remove the setup test as well. Okay, so I'll delete all these files and I'll come to my app.js. I'll remove this import. I'll get rid of everything in here and just do h1 hello world. Now let's come to the CSS. I'll remove everything in here as well. Come to the index.js and I'll remove this report web vitals. Clear this. Remove strict mode. There's a cleanup I need. Okay, where is app.js? Of course, the logo has been deleted. So now we have hello world coming from the app.js. Okay, so this is the start of our application. Now let's go ahead and create the folders that we need in the source. We need an assets folder. Okay, and this is going to have some assets, some images that we are going to need for this application. These are just going to be placeholder images. So yeah, we will need pages folder. We will need components folder. We are going to use Redux, so we are going to need a store folder here. And I think that's it so far. Okay, so let's enter the pages folder and then start creating the pages that we need for the entire application. We are going to need candidates.jsx. I'll do RAFCE and then tab to get this. Let me actually make this a lot bigger. Yeah, to get this boilerplate. So that is for candidates.jsx. Now the RAFCE that I did was possible because of this ES7 React Redux React Native whatever snippets, okay, extension. So make sure you have that, and you can also be doing those shortcuts. Okay, it's very handy. All right, now let's create the congrats page. So congrats.jsx, I'll do RFC here as well. Another page we need is the election details page, RAFCE, of course. Let's create another page called elections page. You'll need another page called error page. Okay, so in case someone enters a page that does not exist, that's where he or she lands. Okay, we will need a login page as well. So login.jsx. Of course, we will need a logout. We will need a register.jsx. That's where we register our voters. So that's where the voters sign up. And we will need results.jsx, RAFCE. And lastly, we are going to need a root layout folder. A root layout page. That's going to basically wrap around all the pages. Okay, you're going to understand that very soon. Root layout.jsx, RAFCE. All right, so that is the pages that we need for the entire application. We are going to get into some Redux stuff right away, just so we don't just so we have it down. Okay, but for now, I think the next thing we should work on is the routes to all these pages. Okay, so let's actually install React Router DOM for this. Is this too big? Yeah, I think so. So let's install, come on, clear this. So npm install React Router DOM. Okay, that is what we are going to use for our routing. And the routing is going to be done in the app.js. So let me use Control W to close all these files, just so we have a better view of what we are doing. Okay, so in the app.js right here, I'm going to have my routing for the entire application. I'll call this router. And of course, we are going to need create browser router from React Router DOM to do this. It takes in an array of the routes. The first route is going to be the path / and that should take us to the element of layout. Okay, so the layout page. I call that root layout, and that should actually be imported automatically. I don't know why that's not happening, but so let's bring in the root layout, and it's not important, so I'm going to manually do that. Root layout from pages setting, root layout. This is going to be the root layout. This is a structure that I want to have in the root layout. Okay, so in the root layout, I'm actually going to have a fragment. Okay, and in the fragment, I'm going to have the navbar, which I don't have yet, and an outlet, which should come from React Router DOM. Okay, so basically, we are going to have the navbar on every single page that we are going to have here, except for the error page, which you are going to understand very shortly. So for every other page, you are going to have the navbar, and then the other things on that page, meaning the dynamic parts of that page. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that is why I'm making this part the root layout. Okay, so that we have that navbar on all other pages. meaning we should have a children here, children element here, which is going to take in an array of where the outlets are going to be. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now I'm going to have an arrow element here, which should take us to the error page. And so we should, of course, bring in the error page. Okay. Perfect. Of course, since I have the navbar here, I should go ahead and actually we don't have that, so let's create that first. Navbar.jsx rafce, and we should go ahead and import the navbar. Good. And I hope you are getting the picture. If you are new to React router, then I hope you are really understanding what I'm doing here. Okay, so for the children, we are going to have an index, and that's going to be true. And this index element is going to be the login page. Okay, and sadly we have to, of course, this should be inside an object. Sadly we have to import that manually, so I'll duplicate this and then bring in the login page. So that's for the login page. So when we go to the slash, basically when we go to the slash, we are going to be taken to the root layout, which has the navbar and the outlet. And in this case, the outlet in that slash is this index, okay, which is the login page. Okay, so to make this actually work, we should start testing this out right away. So to make this work, I have to bring in the router provider from React router DOM, and then pass in a prop of router and our router that we are working on, that we just created. Okay, the constant router here. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Right, so now we have the navbar and the login, since this is the home page or the slash page. I hope that makes sense. Right, and as you can see, we have the arrow page for any other page that isn't in that route. Okay, but for the slash page, that brings us to the login page. I hope you're getting me. So let's move on and have the rest of the routes. So for the register path, we get the register element, that's the register component. Oh, it just pisses me off that these are not important, like, you know. So register. Next we have, let me actually duplicate this a few times. So register, we have results page, which will bring us to the results, or which should render the results component. We have elections page, which should render the elections component. We have elections/id, which should give us the election details component. We have elections ID and then candidates, which should render the candidates page. And lastly, okay, we have two more. I'll just duplicate this twice. We'll have the congrats page and the logout page. Okay, so the congrats page should bring us to the congrats components, or should render the congrats components, and the logout is going to load the logout components. I hope that makes sense. All right, so of course we should make sure we bring in all these components. So we have register already. Let's do results. We have elections, candidates, what else, election details, congrats, This should be election details. Congrats. And logout. I think that's the last one. All right, so if I save this and we come back, we should be able to go to the elections page. Of course, we have the Navbar and the elections. Now we have elections and then an ID. Now for this one, we have election ID and then candidate. So that brings us to the candidates page, of course. If you check the route, that's what is happening. So elections ID and then candidates brings you to the candidates page. But what I want to check is the elections and then the ID alone. Okay, and that should bring you to the election details, of course. All right, so all the routes are working now. Of course, if we put in a route that doesn't exist, we should be taken to the error page. Okay, so that is it for the routes so far, and I think we should actually work on the error page right away. So I'm going to create the error. We already have an error page, right? So yeah, let me quickly work on that error page. The error page is pretty simple. I'm going to have this in a section, and I'll give that a class of error page. Okay, let's have a div with a class of error page underscore container. Come on. Yep, like that. And in here, I'm going to have an image. Okay, now this image, of course, we should import it. It's going to be a GIF or a GIF, however you want to call it. And we are going to get that from the assets folder, and that's the file for GIF or GIF. Okay, for the alt, I'll just do page not found. Below that image, let's have an h1, and I will say 404. And below the h1, I'm going to have a paragraph, and I will say this page does not exist. You will be, come on, you will be redirected home shortly. Now, actually, let's redirect to the previous page shortly. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so if we are brought here to the error page or this 404 page, you want to redirect the user after a few seconds. Okay, so you're going to use set timeout for that. Come on, and say navigate to, of course, we are going to use navigate. So navigate to the previous page after a certain amount of time. Okay, and I'm going to do 6 seconds. So right after 6 seconds, navigate to the previous page that the user came from. And I'm going to leave a comment here. Redirect user to previous page after 6 seconds. Okay, now let's save this and try this out. Okay, so right after 6 seconds, we are going to be redirected back to where we came from. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now we don't have any styling, therefore we should go into our CSS and start working on our styling right away. Now, if you can remember how the completed project looked like, this is not the font I used. Okay, so let's go ahead and get some really nice fonts. Yeah, fonts.google.com. I'll just go ahead and search Montserrat. That's the font I use mostly in my videos. So let's go ahead and get that font. And I'm going to grab, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm going to grab the import, that's the CSS. And what's inside the style, that's the opening and closing style tags. And that's what I'm going to copy. And I'll come back to my CSS file here, that's the index CSS, and I'll paste that. Okay, so Montserrat is what I'm going to use for this project. All right. Now, of course, you're not going to see any change in the application, and that's because we are not making use of it yet. Okay. So to make use of the font, I'll target the body and then say font family should be Montserrat. Come on. And a backup of sans serif. Okay, so now you can see we have a change. All right, but if you know me, you know I mostly use CSS variables. So we are going to use some root variables, okay, in the entire project. And CSS variables start with 2 dashes. And I'm going to call this color primary. And there's going to be an RGB of 15 for the red, 89 for the green, and then 193 for the blue. So that's my primary color. I'm going to have another variable here called color primary variant. I know there's not a CSS tutorial, but I just want to make sure I walk you through everything from start to finish. Okay, so if you are bored with the CSS, you can just skip on the CSS. Use the timestamp in the description to skip every CSS part. Now, I've been having some comments in some videos where people complain about me writing too much CSS and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how you want me to style the application without me writing any CSS. It doesn't make any sense. So if you are feeling bored, use the timestamps in the description or just click off the video. It's as simple as that. Okay. All right, now I'm going to have some more variables, so I'm just going to paste that. I can't type them all out. So yeah, these are the variables we need for the entire application. Okay. All right, so let me walk you through quickly. We have the colors. We have color grade 0, which is white, and it comes down to color grade 900, which is pure black. Okay. We have color danger, which is kind of red. We have this reddish color for color danger. We have color success. We have some variables for our radius. Okay, so border radius, we are going to use these variables. And just to have a consistent look for the elements that we are going to have on the pages. Okay, so for instance, the reason for variables, of course, if I want to change the color, for instance, the color primary for all elements that has that color, then I can just change the color right here, and every element using that variable is going to be updated. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that's for our variables. Now I'm going to go ahead and zero out some things on our page. Okay, so if I had a lot of elements on the page right now, you will see some elements would have some borders, some would have backgrounds, you know, gray backgrounds, some would have bullets. For instance, an added list have bullets. Links automatically or by default have underlines and all that. So to have a clean slate for all the elements, I'm going to target every element on the page and then zero some properties out. Okay, so I'm going to zero out every margin for any element. Every padding is going to be 0. List style is going to be none. I'm going to do text decoration to be none as well. I'm going to set border to be 0 and then box sizing of border box. Okay, and that's all I need. That's all I need right now. List style none. Good. All right, so now we are good to go. Now let's go ahead and have some general classes, okay, and some general styles before we start working on the elements on the page. Okay, let's work on some. And so I'll get back to the body and actually have a font size of 0.9 rem. And rem is a very responsive unit, so get used to rems. I'm going to make use of rems, viewport height, viewport width, and you'll not see me use pixels. Okay, pixels are not very friendly when it comes to building responsive designs. Okay, so for the background, I'm going to do a little gray, so it's going to be a little bit gray. So color gray 100, that should be the background. Perfect. And the color, the text color is going to be color gray 700. Okay, now I'm going to say line height should be 1.6. That's all we need for the body. Now let's proceed and grab a general container class. Okay, now for any element with a general container class, or this class is going to have of the variable container width LG, that is for large, and a margin inline of auto. Okay, so it's going to have this width right here, which is 80%, and it's going to be centered horizontally or on the x-axis. All right, let's move on. And every heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is going to have a line height of 1.1. They are going to have a color of the darkest color, that's color gray 900. The text transform is going to be uppercase. They are all going to be uppercase, and the font weight is also going to be 800. Okay, now we don't have any H1s to H6 on the screen, so you really can't see the difference, but the styles are going to kick in once we start having those elements. Okay, now let's target each of them individually and change the font size. So for H1, the font size is going to be 1.6 rem. For H2, the font size is going to be 1.3. H3, the font size is going to be 1.1. H4, the font size is going to be 0.9. H5 is going to be 0.75. Okay, so that's going to be H5, and H6 is going to be 0.6. Okay, that is H6. Good. Now let's target every link and give that a font size of 0.8 rem. Now let's target every image and give them a display of block, a width of 100%, same as the height, and an object fit of cover. Okay, for every button we are going to have a cursor or pointer, of course. Now many buttons are going to have a class of btn, and so let's have a width of fit content for any button with a class of btn. The background is going to be color gray 100. The color is going to be color gray 900. The font weight is going to be 600. The padding is going to be 1 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. The text align is going to be center, of course, and I'm going to give it a border radius of the radius 1. Okay, I think that's 0.4 rem if we check from the variables here. Radius 1 is 0.4 rem, so that's for the border radius. And lastly, I'm going to have a hover effect, so let's give it a transition of the variable transition. Okay, that's all properties. 300 milliseconds of duration and an ease for the timing function. Okay, all right, now some btn classes are also going to have some additional classes. Okay, so if any button has an additional class of color primary, let's give it a background of color primary. Okay, and the text color is going to be white. Now btn with any other class of danger should have a background of color danger and a text color of white. For any btn with an additional class of sm, that is small, I'm going to reduce the padding. So for the top and bottom is going to be 0.5, for the left and right 1.2. And if a btn has a full class, we give it a width of 100% instead of the fit content we had earlier. And on hover, we give every button a background of color gray 900 and a color of color gray 0. Okay, so That is it for the general styles that we need for the entire application. And now we can actually move on to style the error page that we have. Okay, let me make this very obvious. Good. So let's style the error page. All right, so we gave that section a class of error page, and so let's display grid just so we can place items to the center, and I'll put the direct child right in the middle. Of course, we should go to the error page, and because of that timeout, we will be redirected back. So I'm going to comment this out for now. Okay, and we'll go to the error page. Perfect. So as you can see, we have this in the middle. Now, of course, let's get back here. Let's go on, and I'll give our section a height of 100 viewport height and a width of 100 viewport width. That means the entire window of the browser. Okay, now let's give it a background of color gray 0 so that we blend in with the background of the image. Okay, so if I save this, now it seems like it's seamless. Basically, it's seamless. Perfect. Okay, so let's get the error page container, that's the direct child, and give it a width of 30 rem and text align to the center as well. Okay, that's what we have. Now let's get the h1 and increase it a little bit, and that's all we need to do here. That's the last thing I want to do here. Font size of, let's say, 4 rem should be good. Okay, so basically this is our error page, which is not too bad. So now I'll uncomment this and save, and now we come to our error page. We have this animation playing, and after a few seconds we are redirected back to the previous page that we came from. Okay, so that is it for the error page. I'm going to close that out, and looking at things, I think we should move on to the navbar. Okay, we should work on the navbar. This should be pretty straightforward. I'm going to have this in a nav tag. Okay, direct chart of that is going to be a div with a class of the general container class that we had, and a more specific class of nav container. Now let's have a link, and that should come from React router DOM. Okay, and this should go to the home page. That's the login page, if you can remember. And let's give this a class name of nav underscore logo. Okay, now this link is going to say agato or igato, however you want to pronounce it. All right, now below this link we are going to have a div and a menu. Okay, now the menu is going to have some links, and we are, instead of the link tag, we are actually going to use the nav link, and this first one is going to go to the elections page, and this should say elections. I'll duplicate this twice. This will be going to the results page, and lastly we'll have the logout. Okay, now below the menu we are going to have two buttons. One will be for the icon to change the theme, and another will be for when we are on mobile screens, we want to have a toggle for a navbar. Okay, so let's have a button and give this a class of theme toggle btn. And so to get an icon, of course we are going to install React icons, and while that is installing, let's check out the icon that we want to get. So you can come to this website and then search for bars, and grab whatever icon that you want, but I am going to use the one that I have in the finished project. So I'll just come here. So let me paste the icons that I need for this component, and the first one will be the moon. Okay, that is yeah, this one, and I'll duplicate this, and that will be for the bar. So for now, this is all we need for the navbar. Let's go back into the CSS and actually have some styles for this. I'll make sure it actually looks good. So I have some space at the top and then navbar. Okay. Now, if you are hearing so much noise in the background, I'm not in the most quiet neighborhood, so please pardon me for that. So for the navbar, let's get I just want to make sure you are seeing all that is happening on the screen. Okay, so let's get the nav tag and change the background to be color primary. Okay, let's display grid just so we can place items to the center and give it a height of 3 rem. I'll position it fixed and give it a top of 0. So it should be 0 from the top and 0 from the left as well. Now give it a width of 100 viewport width and a z index of 1. Okay, so that it sits on top of everything on the screen. Now if we save, this is what we have. Of course, I should change the color of the text inside of that. So let's get the nav container. Come on. And everything inside of it is going to be color white. Okay, now everything is visible. And so I'm going to grab the nav container again and display flex. If I save, I should see what we have so far. I'll align items to the center and then justify content to be spaced between. Let's get the nav container and then the div inside of it. I'm going to display flex for that as well. Align items to the center and have a gap of 4 rem. Now I'll get the logo, nav logo. Remember that's the class we gave to that link. I'll change the font size to be 1.2 rem. This is what we are starting, right? And also I'll change the font weight to be, let's do 700. Okay, so that's bold enough. Now I'm going to target the I'll get the toggle, okay, the nav toggle btn. That is this right here, the bars. Now did I give it a class? Let's see. Okay, that should be nav toggle btn, right? So nav toggle btn. I'll give it a background of transparent and a font size of 1.5 rem. Actually I'll do 1.8 rem. If I save, that's what we have, but on large screens like this we don't need it, so I'm going to display it to be none. We are going to bring it back when we get to small screens. Okay, now let's target the nav container and every link inside of it. On hover of any link, I want the color to change a little bit, so it should be color primary variant. Good. So now if we hover, we get that. Of course we should have a transition on that. So you know what, let me just grab that and put a transition on the links. I'm going to use the variable transition that we have up top. Let's target the container menu. So nav container and the menu inside of it, which are the links that we have here. Let's target them and display them to be flex, of course, align items to the center and give a gap of 4 rem between them. Now I'm going to target the nav theme toggle and give it a background of transparent, font size of 1.5 rem, and I'll display that to be flex and give it a transition as well of the variable transition. Okay, now it's actually theme toggle btn theme. Yeah, that's what I gave it, btn. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. All right, now I actually want to have a hover effect on that as well. So on hover, I want to change the opacity to 0.75. Okay, perfect. So that's all for the navbar. You can see it's looking really good. All right, so that's all for the navbar. Now let's move on to actually make this responsive. Okay, I'm going to make sure this navbar is responsive. I'm going to grab this comment and bring it down here. This is going to be media queries. Perfect. All right, so at media screen and max width of 600 pixels. So any screen or any window below this 600 pixels should have these styles. Okay, basically that's what I'm saying here. Now in the general container class, I'm going to change the width to be container width SM, which is also a variable up top. Okay, now let's focus on the navbar. I'll give the nav a height of 4 rem here. Remember it was previously 3 rem, but here I'm changing it, I'm increasing it to 4 rem. Now let's get the nav container and the div inside of it. So I'm going to reduce the gap to be 3 rem as well. And I'll get the nav toggle btn. Okay, here I need it. That's what I'm going to use to actually toggle the nav menu. So I'm going to display it to be inline block. All right, you're not seeing it right now, but give me a second. Now I'm going to target the nav container menu. Okay, the menu inside the nav container, give it a position of fixed. Okay, now from the top is going to be 4 rem, just so it sits right below the navbar. From the right is going to be 0. The flex direction here is going to be column. Remember, it's already displayed flex, so here we are just changing the flex direction, and the gap is going to be 0 as well. I'm going to give it a rate of 12 rem. Now it's here, but it's not so visible, so let me actually give it a I'll not give it a background. Let's just move forward and target the links inside of it. So now container menu, and then the links inside of that. I'm going to give them a background of color gray 0, so white. The text color is going to be color gray 900. I'm going to give them a border bottom of 1 pixel solid color gray 200. Okay, that's what we have so far. Let's give them a width of 100% and we display grid. Okay, just so I can place items to the center, because if I don't do that and I give it a height, just see what happens. If I give it a height of 4 rem, okay, right now they are placed right in the center, that's vertically and horizontally. But if I remove this display grid and place items, look at where they are. Okay, so that's why I want them to be right in the middle. All right, now I'm going to have a box shadow for them. So I will say box shadow of -2 rem for the x-axis, 4 rem for the y-axis, 2 rem for the blur, and an RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and 0.1. So black with 10% alpha, right? So we have a box shadow. And that's all we need for this. Okay, that's all we need for this navbar. And even actually for the error page, let's see whether we should have any change. Okay, so for the error page, I'm going to target that. I'm going to target the container and give it a width of 100% on small screens. Okay, so I'll try that again. I'll check the error page, and now the error page looks good on mobile as well. All right, perfect. So now let's actually make sure we can click this to toggle this on and off. Okay, all right, so we have to get back to our navbar, and you know this is going to be easily achieved with state. So I'm going to say show nav, or you can call it a snap showing, whatever you want, and set show nav. Okay, and that's going to be use state, and initially it's going to be false. Initially we are not going to show it. Okay, so down here, right here, that's the menu we want to toggle, right? So I'm going to say if show nav is true, then I want to show this menu. If it is false, then I don't want to show it. Okay, so now if I go ahead and then change this to true, then it's going to show. But if it is false, then it's going to be hidden. Okay, and we need to use this button to actually toggle it. So I'm going to have an on click prop on this button and just set show nav to be the opposite of the show nav state. Okay, so for now we have, as you can see, we have that toggle. Okay, now if it is showing, I want to actually change this icon. Okay, so if let's come in here and enter JavaScript mode, and if show nav is true, then I want to have the close, which is this right here. That's the AI outline close. That's what I want to have. But if it is false, then I want to have the bar that we had earlier. Okay, so now this is the toggle that we have. Okay, perfect. All right, now one thing I want to do is if I show the nav and click to go to a different page, I want to be able to close the nav. Okay, so for instance, I want to go to the results page and I click. I'm currently on the results page, but the menu is still showing. I don't want that. Okay, so we should actually close it once we click on any of the links in the menu. So let me have a function here called close nav menu. Of course, it's going to be an arrow function, and here I'll check if we are on a mobile device. So window.inner width, you want to make sure it is less than 600 pixels. Okay, if so, then I want to set show nav to be false. Otherwise, we are on a big screen and I don't want the menu to vanish. Okay, so set show nav to be true. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so now we should make sure we have on click prop on all of the links that we have here. So when we click on it, we want to call the close nav menu. I hope that makes sense. So I'll add this on click. I'll just copy this on click and then add it to the two remaining nav links. All right, so right now if I go to the elections page, it closes, but we are on the elections page. Of course, if I come to the results page, it brings me to the results page and then the menu closes. Okay, so this is what I want. All right, now before we leave this navbar, I want to make sure the dark and light theme functionality also works. Okay, So of course we are going to use a state for this, and I'll call this dark theme. Set dark theme, and initially actually we are going to make sure this persists to the local storage. So I'm going to right away get the dark theme or the theme from the local storage. Okay, so I'm going to say local storage dot get item, and I'm going to call this voting app theme. Okay, so if we get anything back, then we know it is true. Okay, but if we don't get anything back, then this is actually false. All right, so let me actually leave a comment here. Okay, good. Let me have a function here called change theme handler. Okay, now if local storage dot get item, the voting app theme, if it is equal to dark, then we want to say local storage dot set item to be, come on, what is happening? So if it is dark, then we are going to change it to be the opposite and then make it empty. Okay, if it is empty, then we are going to basically, I'll just duplicate this and bring it down here. So if it is empty, then I'm going to go ahead and then change it to dark. And right after that, I'm going to go ahead and then set dark theme to be local storage dot get item and voting app theme. Okay, all right, now I'm actually going to leave a comment here, function to change toggle theme. Right, now to actually make this happen, we have to add an on click prop to this and then have our change theme handler in here. Okay, so for this to actually work, once the page loads, okay, remember this navbar is on all the pages so far. So once the page loads, I want to use this use effect to actually put the class on the body. Okay, so that theme is going to be on the only dependency here, and I'll say document dot body dot class name should be equal to local storage dot get item and then voting app theme, and yeah, perfect. So once we load the page, the body is going to have a class. Okay, so if it is an empty class, then we know we are on light theme, or the theme is going to be light. And if the class is dark, as you can see here, we are getting that. If the class is dark, then we are going to have a dark theme. And for this to actually work, we have to have a class of dark here in the CSS. Okay, so let's have right before the body, I'm going to have a class of dark and then have all these variables in here. So if the body has a class of dark, instead of using the CSS root variables, the project or the whole application is actually going to use. So basically what's happening here is we are just changing the lighter colors to be dark colors and then the darker colors to be the lighter colors. So color grade 900 initially for the root variables was actually black, but here we are switching it or changing it to be the white color, and the black color here was actually white, but here we are changing it to the black color. I hope that makes sense. All right, so if I show save this and then come here, you can see we can actually now toggle, and I think we have an issue. So let's get back here. Okay, class name, get item, putting up theme. Okay, if I should save this and then come back, we should actually be able to toggle our theme. Okay, and this should actually persist to the local storage. As you can see, if you come back to the page, the old theme that you chose is what's going to be here, or what's going to persist. All right, now if we click and it is a dark theme, it should show the sun icon. Okay, so here, right in here, instead of always making it the moon, I'm actually going to check if it is dark theme. If it is dark theme, then I'm going to show the sun. Okay, so that is IOM sunny. That's the icon that I want to use. But if it is light, then we are going to show wait a minute. Perfect. All right, so of course I should remove this. Okay, so now this is what we have. Okay, so now it is light, and if you check the application local storage, you can see that we have voting up theme. Right now it is light, so meaning it's just like this. Let me show you real quick. Even with the initial local storage that we are getting, you can go ahead and actually do or an empty class. Okay, so it can be an empty class, and as you can see, that's why we don't have anything here. Or if we change it to the dark theme, then we have a class of dark. And if you check the body, when you come to elements and then you check the body, you can see that the class is actually being toggled here. So if I switch to light, you can see there is an empty class. But if I switch to dark, there is actually a class of dark. And that class is what we are having here in the CSS that has the opposite of the colors that we have in the root variables. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that is it for the theme functionality as well, and we are completely done with the navbar. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually work on the next page. I think that will be the register page. So let's get into the register page right here. The register page should be pretty straightforward as well. So let's have a section with a class of register. Perfect. I'm going to have the general container class and a register container class. Now I'll have an h2 that says sign up, and below that I'm going to have my form. Okay, I don't need an action. You're not going to need any action here. Okay, so inside the form, I'm actually going to have a paragraph and give that a class of form __ error message. And in that error message, I'll say any error from the backend. Okay, so we are going to send, in case the person is signing up and maybe he has incorrect input or anything, we send a feedback, an error feedback from the backend. Okay, now let's have an input, and it's going to be a text input. So I'll give it a name, a full name, so the full name of the person signing up. I'll give it a placeholder of full name. I'll give it an autocomplete of true and an autofocus. Okay, autofocus of true as well. So you can just do autofocus, right? And the autofocus is only going to be for this first input. Now the rest of the inputs are not going to have that, of course. There's going to say email address, email, and the type is going to be email. Okay, I'll duplicate this 2 more times. This will be password. I'll have to select this as well. So password, come on, I don't have to capitalize that. Now the placeholder will say password, and autocomplete true. This will be confirm password, and I'll say password 2 for the name. Okay, now lastly I'll have a button. I think before the button I should have a paragraph and ask if already have an account. If so, then I'll have a link tag from React Router DOM that will take you to the slash, which is the login page, since you already have an account, right? And I'll say sign in. All right, I hope that makes sense. And below that I'll have below that I'll have a button with a class of btn and another class of primary, and this should actually be a submit button. Okay, so a type of submit, and this will say register. Okay, now this is all we need for our register. Okay, so now let's see what we have from this page. So let's go to register, and not too bad, I guess. This is what we have. So let's go ahead and actually, of course, I'm going to exit the small screen here. Let's go ahead and wait a minute. Did I have any error in the navbar since the menu isn't showing? Okay, so if window.inner width is less than 600 pixels, okay, you know what, this shouldn't be forced automatically. Okay, we should check if, just like we did here, if it is true then false, otherwise it's true. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So now if we come, we should see it, but if we go to this, we shouldn't see it right away. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so let's go ahead and style this register page. Let's go to the index CSS, and of course I'm going to grab a comment, come way down here. No, this should be, the media query is always going to be at the bottom of the code, so I'll have to put this right here, register, and yeah, and put this side by side so that you see what's happening. All right, remember we had a class of register on that section, and so we are going to display that to be a grid and place items to the center, just so the direct child is right in the middle of the page. Okay, so therefore I'm going to give it a height of 100 viewport height. Okay, we have that. Now let's get the container. So register container, yeah, I'm going to give it a width of 35 rem, a background of color gray 0, and a padding of 3 rem. Padding, oh god. Also I'll give it a border radius of radius 5. That's, I think, 2 rem. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. Now let's get the, why is there too much space here? Let's get the form. So register and then the form inside of it. I'm going to display that to be flex. The flex direction is going to be column, of course, and the gap is going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, now let's target each input. So register form, and then the inputs inside of it. I'll give them a padding of 0.7 rem and the background color of color gray 100 and a border radius of radius 1 and the color, that's a text color of color gray 900. All right, so we save this and this is what we have. Not too bad. Now let's move on and actually get the this link. I'm going to get that. So register form and the paragraph with an anchor tag. I'm going to, or the anchor tag in the paragraph, I'm going to get that and give it a color primary and a font weight of 500. Okay, that's not too bad. And also I'm going to get the error message. Okay, so this right here is the error message. So form error message. The background is going to be danger, color danger, and the text color is going to be color gray 0, which is the white color. Okay, now let me actually give it some padding. And so padding of 0.6 rem, 1.5, and a border radius of radius 1. Okay, so if I save, this is what we have. Actually, I think I have to give some space at the top here. So I think I'll target the H2 right here. So register container and then the H2 margin bottom of 2 rem and a text color of the color primary. Okay, so color primary. Okay, so I save, and this is what we have. Perfect. All right, so that is all for the styling. Now I'm going to actually come back to the register page and have a controlled input. Okay, all these inputs are going to be controlled. So let's have a state here, and I'm actually going to call this user data. Okay, so const user data, set user data, use state, and initially it's going to be a full name of empty, email is going to be empty as well, password empty, and then password 2 is also going to be empty. So initially this the objects that we are going to have, but then I'm going to have a function here called change input handler. Of course, this takes in the event, and we will say set user data. I'll get the previous state and I'll return a new object. So I'm going to go ahead and spread the previous state and the event target name. I'll get that and match it to the event target value. Okay, so let me actually have a comment here, function to change our controlled input and move this out. All right, so for every input I'm going to have that and say on change I'll just have the change input handler. Okay, so I'll just copy this, and that'll be for the email as well, the password and the confirm password. Okay, so if I should go ahead and actually log the console.log, of course, I'm going to log the user data in the console just so you see what is happening. I'll open the console, and if I start typing, you can see that we have something in the full name, and if I go ahead and type something in the password as well, you can see the full name has what it had earlier, and then the password is being updated. Okay, so that is it. Now we are completely done with the register page, and this is going to be very similar to the login page as well. So actually I'm just going to copy everything from here, Control A, Control C, and then paste that inside of the login page. Of course, this is going to say login and to login. Okay, we'll say sign in here. And for the classes, since we want the same styles, we are going to leave the classes as it is already, or I'll say don't have an account. If you don't, then go to the register page. I hope that makes sense. And this will say sign up. Wait a minute. The register should say sign up. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's it. So this should say sign up. Now this should say login. And of course, we don't need this many inputs. We only need the email and the password. So the password too should be gone as well. And yeah, I think that's it. Okay, I'll remove this console. I'll take it out of here as well. We don't need that. And so that is it for the login page as well. Now let's check that out. So I'll go to the login, and this looks perfect. All right, so that is it for this the register and the login pages. Now let's see how this looks on mobile devices. This looks pretty good, but I just think on mobile devices the pattern on the left and right should be small. So I'll come down here and get the register container and make the pattern. For the top and bottom, I'm going to keep it at 3 rem, but for the left and right, I'll make it about 1.5 rem. Okay, so now we have that. Perfect. Okay, so that is it for the login and register pages. We should move on to the next page, which I think should be the results page. Okay, so I'm going to close the login and register pages, and then bring you to the results page. Because we don't have anything coming from the database, we are going to have to use some dummy, content. Okay, so in our source, I'm going to create a file called data.js, and I'm going to paste some stuff in here. Hello guys, this is me from the future, and I want to walk you through this data.js file here. And the reason why I'm making another video is because I had some names and titles here that I don't want to show. All right, so we have this selection array which is being exported. There's a named exports, and you can see it's an array with objects. Now for each object in that array, or in this array, we have an ID. In this case, that is E1. We have a title, description, thumbnail, which is coming from the inputs that we have up top. We have candidates, which is an array, and we have voters, okay, which is an array as well. Now we are going to have a relationship between each election and the candidates that we register to that election. Okay, so in the backend, we're actually going to make sure this relationship actually exists. Same with the voters. So for every voter, we're actually going to link that voter to the election that the person voted in, okay, or for the elections that that person voted in. Right, so that is for election 1. We have election 2 with an ID of E2, a title, description, thumbnail, and candidates and voters as well. We have election 3 as well there, as you can see. Now we have candidates array here, down here, as you can see. And for each candidate, we have ID, full name, image of the candidate, which is being imported up top, as you can see. For now, we are dealing with static data, but once we have the database working, the API, and we connect to the database and all that, we are actually going to fetch data from the database. But for now, since we are focusing mainly on the front end, we are going to use these dummy arrays for now. Okay, so for the candidates, we have objects, and for each object we have the ID, full name, image, motto, vote count, that is a total vote for that particular candidate, and then the election ID, Okay, so the election this candidate has been registered to. I hope that makes sense. So you could actually make this election ID, but I just worked with this name throughout the video, so we are just going to keep this in mind. So this is actually the election ID that the candidate was registered to. I hope that makes sense. So we have a few more candidates here, and the last array is the voters array. So for each voter, we have the ID of the voter, full name, email, password, is admin, and then the voted elections. So the elections the voter has actually participated in. I hope that makes sense. So for some voters, they've actually voted in two elections. So there's the election 2 and the election 1, as you can see here. And for some voters, they've not even voted in any election at all. So these are the arrays, the dummy arrays that we are going to work with in this front end, just so we have something on the screens and something to style for the pages that we have so far. And later on, right after we have the backend, we are actually going to be able to actually save something in the database, fetch something, update and delete, and perform all the CRUD functionalities. All right, so that's it, and let's move on to the results page. And this should be pretty straightforward as well. Let's have a section and give it a class of results. Okay, inside that we are going to have our general container class and a class of results underscore container. Okay, now I'm going to have a state here, so use state of course, and I'm going to bring in the dummy elections that I have in the data. Okay, I'm going to call that dummy elections, and that's what I'm going to pass in this state. I hope that makes sense. All right, so in here we are actually going to look through this elections plural. I'm going to look through this elections array that I have here. So I'll say elections map, and for each iteration I'm going to call it election, and we're actually going to return a component called result election. Okay, now we should of course create that in a components folder, result election.jsx rfce. Perfect. So here, of course, make sure you import that. I'm going to give this a key just so React doesn't scream on us, and I'm going to spread everything in the object. Okay, for each iteration, know that we are dealing with an object, so here I'm just spreading all the things in that object, all the elements, okay, all the key value pairs. You get it? All right, so now let's get into the result selection and actually work on this. So let's have an article tag with a class of result singular, and I'll have a header here with a class of result header image. I'll have a header here with a class of result header singular. In there we are going to have an h4 that will have the title of the election. Now of course we should go ahead and bring in the stuff that we need. We need an ID, a thumbnail, and then the title of the election. Okay, so we have the title here. Below the h4 we are going to have a div with a class of result header image, and that's going to be an image of course, and that should be the thumbnail. Okay, now for the odds you can just put in the title of the election. Right, now below that image we are going to have an unordered list. I'll call that result list, and in here we are actually going to map through candidates of this particular election. Okay, and of course we should go ahead to actually get the candidates that belong to this election. Okay, so let me say get candidates that belong to this selection iteration. Okay, so let's have a function here called election candidates. I'll just go ahead and bring in the candidates array from the data, and I'll say candidates dot filter any candidate. So basically we want to get back any candidate that has an ID. Okay, that let me go back and show you. Okay, so for each candidate we have the election key. Okay, so if that candidate has an ID of the election that we are iterating in, then we should return that candidate. I hope that makes sense, right? So the candidate has an election ID, and that's what we are using to make sure that candidate belongs to this iteration of election or not. All right, so I will say candidate dot election should be equal to the ID that we have here, the election ID. So if there is a match, then we are returning that candidate into this new array that we are getting. Okay, so right here, that's where we are going to map through the election candidates, and for each iteration I'll just call it candidates here, and I'm going to actually return candidate rating component. Okay, I'll give it a key of candidate ID, and let me actually close this. I'm going to go ahead and actually spread the candidate object. Okay, now there's one prop that I want to add before we actually proceed, although it's not going to give us an accurate result. Once we have the backend, it's going to make sure that's actually correct. Okay, and that's the total votes. So I'll say set total votes, of course use state, and for now I'm just going to enter a dummy value. Okay, and the reason why I want to have this is because I want to have all the structure down. Total votes. Okay, now you are going to understand this when we finish the backend. Okay, but for now we are just going to make use of this dummy figure, which is not going to give us accurate results, but just something to work with for now. Okay, all right, so of course we should have the candidate rating component as well. So candidate rating.jsx RAFCE, and in here we should have the full name of the candidate, the image, the vote count, and then the total vote prop that we added. Okay, we are bringing these in. All right, now let's have an li here, and I'm actually going to give this a class of result candidate singular, and I'll have a div of result candidate image. So this will have the image of the candidate here, and that's the image we are getting. Of course, you can go ahead for alt, you can have the full name of the candidate. Below the image, you are going to have a div with a class of result candidate info, and in here let's have an age 5 with a full name of the candidate. Below the age 5, we are going to have a small tag, and for this I'm not going to give it any class, but let's enter JavaScript mode here, and I'm going to use the backticks, and here I'm going to print out the vote count. And you know, if we have only one vote, then we want to say one vote singular, right? But if there are more votes, then we want to say 2 votes, 3 votes plural. I hope that makes sense. So we are going to check if the vote is actually, let me check that right here. So if vote count is equal to 1, then we want to say vote. Okay, if not, then we want to say votes plural. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that's it for this part. And let's have, I'm actually going to go below this div, and I'm going to have another div called result singular result candidate rating, and I'll have another class result candidate loader. So I'll have a span in here. This span is going to have a style. We are going to have the rate to be dynamic. I'll first check if the vote count is greater than 0. If so, then vote count divided by total votes. Okay, and then I'll multiply that by 100. Otherwise, then 0. And then I'll have the percentage sign. Okay, I think we have a problem. Of course, it should be a question mark. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So if the vote count is 0, then I just want to print out 0% without any calculation, basically without having the rate change. Okay, but if the vote count is more than 0, then I want to calculate using the total votes that we have so far in that particular election to change the width of the span. Okay, you are going to understand that very soon, but let's move on. And right after this div, I'm going to have another small tag right here. I'm going to enter JavaScript mode, and almost what I did here is what I'm going to do here as well. So I'm going to copy everything in here and then paste it. Okay, so yeah, perfect. Now for this, I actually want to set this to be 2 decimal places. Okay, so to fixed 2. All right, and I think that is it. Okay, so that is it for our results page. I hope you guys were following, because this was a little bit tricky. And as I said, this total votes is hard coded. As you can see here, it's actually hard coded. So the width of the span is not going to make a lot of sense. It's not going to be really accurate to represent the data coming in from the elections. But once we start getting something real from the database, you're actually going to see that this is actually accurate. Okay, all right, so let's get back here, and result election is not defined. Oh, sorry, candidates rating. Oh, we should make sure that's actually imported. Okay, so import candidates rating. Good. All right, result element is not defined. Line 11. Results, line 11, elections. And I said what? Element, really? Yeah, that's where the problem is. Election. Great. All right, so let's get a section with a class of results, plural, margin of 5, rem for the top and bottom, and a 0 for the left and right. I'll get the container, that's results underscore container, and then display that to be come on. I'll display that to be flex, and the flex direction is going to be column. Okay, now I'll get the result, which is singular, and give it a background of color gray 0 and border radius of radius 4. Okay, I'll also give it a margin bottom of 1.5 rem, and I'll set overflow to be hidden and display flex. The flex direction is going to be column. All right, now, okay, things are happening, but let's just results container. Really? Wait a minute. You know what? Now I'm going to go ahead and grab the result header, okay, that has a flag for each election. So let's go ahead and display that to be flex. And if I save, then it should be happening on the screen. Perfect. And I'll align items to the center, justify content to be spaced between. I'll have a background of color gray 100, a border. I'll set a border of 0.5 rem solid, and then give it a color gray 0. Now border radius of 1.5 rem for the top left, 1.5 for the top right, 0.0 for the bottom left and right. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Not too bad, I guess. But then let's get the... Wait, did I make any mistake? Give me a second. All right, I'm going to go back here, and of course these should not be in the header. Okay, yeah, that was my bad. I'll just save this, and yeah, looking good so far. All right, now let's get back to the CSS, and let's get the header or the result header image. That's a flag for the election. Okay, so let's give that a width of 3 rem. Perfect. Aspect ratio of 1:1. So the height and the width are going to be 3 rem. I'll set overflow to be hidden. I'll make it a circle, so border radius of 50%, and I'll give it a margin of 1.5 rem. All right, so we save this, and this is what we have for the header. Now let's move on, and I'm going to target this H4. So result header, and then the H4 inside of it. I'm going to give it a padding of 1.5 rem, just so to have it further from the border. Okay, now let's get the result list, which is an added list that has the individual candidates, and we are going to display it to be flex. Of course, the flex direction is going to be column. The gap is going to be gap of 1.5 rem, padding of 2 rem, and padding top of 1 rem. Okay, all right, now let's target the result candidate and display that to be flex as well. Align items to the center and have a gap of 2 rem. Okay, now let's target the images. So the result candidate image, and give it a height of 3.5 rem. Okay, so now everything should be looking good so far. Aspect ratio of 1:1. So that's going to be same for the height. If I save, now you can see that the height and the width is the same. Border radius of, I'll do 1 rem, and overflow of hidden. Perfect. All right, so we are looking good. Now remember that the dark and light theme functionality is already working, so that's what we have so far. Okay, all right, now I'm actually going to go ahead and target the result candidate info, which has the name, the vote counts, and the, all the remaining stuff. All right, so let's get that, and I'll give it a width of 100%, and that's what we need here. Now let's get the result candidate rating, and let's display that to be flex. A gap of 1 rem is good. align items to the center, of course, and justify content to be space between. Okay, so this is what we have so far. And I think I forgot to actually change the width of the container. Okay, I think the container is too big. Actually, I'll change the width of the result itself, the section itself. So right here, I'll give it a width of, let's do 60 or 58 rem, and I'll say margin inline should be auto. Okay, so this is what we have. Let's come back down, give the candidate rating a gap of 1 rem. All right, now I'm going to target the loader. Okay, so result candidate loader, and display that to be block. Give it a width of 100%, a height of 0.4 rem, and a background of color gray 100, margin top of 0.5 rem, and I also set border radius to be 0.5 rem. Okay, now I'll say overflow should be hidden. All right, so result candidate loader. Guys, you know what, I made a mistake here. This should have a div wrapped around it. Okay, that's the h5, and then the small tag. They should have a div wrapped around it, and then this here, that's the result candidate rating, should be inside of the result candidate info. Okay, so that is the mistake I made. Make sure you correct this, and now I think everything should be working. All right, so let's go ahead and continue with the CSS. All right, so that's for the loader, and I'm going to get the span inside of the loader. So result candidate loader, and then the span inside of it. I'll have a background, and it's going to be linear gradient. Linear gradient, 90 degrees. We are going to have the color primary and the primary variant. So color primary variant. Okay, those are going to be the backgrounds, and the height is going to be 100%, and the display is going to be block. All right, so we save this, come back to our project, and this is what we have. Now, as I said, the load doesn't really make sense here, because for each election the load width should add up to 100% if you calculate, right? But it doesn't really make sense here because we are not really fetching anything from the database, and so I will basically have an infinite re-render if I try to use any for loop or any kind of loop to actually add the vote count to get the total vote for each election. I hope that makes sense. But once we have the backend, we are going to be able to actually get the total vote count for each of the elections, so that these, these bars, these width of the bars that we have actually add up to 100% of the total vote count. You are going to get that once we have something coming from the backend. All right, so I think one thing we missed should be a link to actually get us into the candidates page. Okay, so let's have a link here. Of course, this should be coming from React Router DOM, and they should go to the elections page with an ID of the election that we are trying to get and the candidates. Okay, right, now let's actually give this a class of btn primary and then 4, and we will just say enter election. All right, so we save this, come back, and this is what we have. Okay, now remember the dark theme is working, so This is how it's going to look on dark theme as well. So this is how it looks on dark theme. All right, so that is it for the results page. That is it for the entire results page, and that was quite challenging because sometimes some pages can just drain you. You understand? So that is it for the entire results page, and let's actually check how this is going to look on mobile devices. It does not look good, so let's go ahead and actually make this responsive before we continue. And I think the only thing we want to change here should be the results. Okay, that's the section. I'm going to give it a width of the variable container width SM. Okay, so we save this now. Okay, so as you can see, yeah, this is looking good. All right, so let's move on to the next page, which should be, I think, the candidates page. Okay, we should be able to fetch the candidates that belongs to a particular election. All right, so let's move on to that real quick. Let's have a section here as well, okay, with a class of candidates, plural, of course. Let's have a header with a class of candidates header and an H1. Let's say vote your candidate. And below that, let's have a paragraph. These are the candidates for this selected election. Please vote once and wisely, because you won't be allowed to vote in this election again. I hope someone heard that. That's for the header. Now below the header, we are going to have a div with a class of container and another class of candidates container. Now here is where we are going to render or map through our candidates. Okay, and of course we should bring in our candidates array from the data. So candidates. We are not going to render all the candidates. We want to render only the candidates that belong to this particular election that we clicked on. Okay, so now we can actually get that using use params from React Router DOM. Okay, so once we come here, we get the ID of that particular election, and we can go ahead to actually get, you know what, I'm actually going to call this dummy candidates. We are going to get the candidates that belong to that particular election. So we are going to say candidates should be equal to dummy candidate filter candidates for each iteration, and we want to return any candidate whose election ID is equal to the current election that we selected or that we clicked on. All right, so that is it. I'm actually going to have a comment here, and we are going to go ahead and map through the candidates that we got. So for each iteration, we are going to render a candidate component. We have to give it a key, of course. We are going to use the ID as the key, and then we will spread the rest of the key value pairs in that object of each iteration. Okay, so let's actually create the candidate. Let me make sure we create the candidate.jsx file. That's the candidates component, and let's make sure that's actually imported in here. let's hop into the candidate and have some stuff in there as well. So in here we are only going to have an article tag with a class of candidate singular, and we'll have a div with a class of candidate image, and the image is going to be the image that we are bringing in. Okay, so since we spread the stuff in the object, we can go ahead and bring in the image, the ID, the full name, the motto, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so we get the image. For the alt, you can use the full name. Below the image, we are going to have an H5 that says the name of the candidate. We will have a small tag that says the motto of the candidates, and then we'll have a button for the votes. Okay, so button with a class of btn and primary. Okay, now let's should save votes. Okay, for this, if we save it and come back here, this is what we have. Okay, but now I want to, in case the name is too long, we don't want to show the entire name. Okay, that would be too weird. It won't make the design look good. So if the name length is greater than 20 characters, then I'm going to just cut some parts off. So substring 020. Okay, so we only want to show 20 characters, and then I'll add ... Okay, but if it is less than 20 characters, I want to show the full name, right? So I'm going to do same for the motto of the candidate. And for this, I'm actually going to make it 25 characters. I don't think 25 is too bad. Yep, so we save this, come back to the project, and yeah, so far we don't have anyone's name too long, so this is cool. All right, so that's it for the candidate page. Let's go ahead and actually have some styles for this. I'm going to copy the comments here, yep, for the results, and then have it down here, and this is going to be for the candidates. A section with a class of candidates. Let's get that and give it a margin of 5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Let's target the candidates header and scroll up. I'll give it a display of flex direction of column. I'll align items to the center, text align to the center, a width of 60%, and a margin inline of auto. Okay, that's what we have. Now let's get the paragraph inside of that. And margin, give it a margin bottom of 3 rem. Now I'm going to target a button in here, which we don't have yet, so you won't understand it, but once we start getting something from the database, you understand what I'm saying. So justify content of center, and that's it. Okay, and let's go ahead and get the candidates container display of flex. I'll display grade template columns will be repeat, auto, fit, main max of 15 rem, and then 1 fr. I'll have a gap of 3 rem between them. All right, now let's target each candidate and display and have a background of color gray 0, that's white, a text, a line of center, border radius of radius 3, pad in the bottom of 1.2 rem. We save this so that you see what's happening. I'll target, actually let me add some more. I'll set overflow to be hidden. I'll set box shadow to be 0 on the x-axis, 0.5 on the y-axis, 0.5 for the blur. It should be rem. And then black with some alpha. Okay, I'll give it a border as well, a border of 0.5 rem solid, and then color gray 0. I'll have a transition on this, a transition of the variable transition, of course, and this is what we have. Not too bad, I guess. All right, now let's go on and I will target the hover of the candidate card. On hover of any candidate, I want the box shadow to be none and the border color to be color gray 100. Okay, so on hover we get this effect. All right, now target the candidate image and aspect ratio is going to be 1:1. All right, so there we have it. I'll set overflow to be hidden. I'll give a margin inline of auto, margin bottom of 1.5 rem, and a width of 100%. A width of 100%. All right, now let's target the candidate small and display that to be block and give it a margin of 0.5 rem, 0.1 rem. Okay, so basically the motto of the candidates. So we save this and this is what we have. Looking good. All right, so that is all for this candidate page for now. Okay, we're actually going to have a modal. On click of any of the person that we choose, we should show a modal and then the person's details. Okay, so that we can confirm or cancel the vote. I hope that makes sense. And with that, we are actually going to make use of Redux. Okay, we are going to make use of Redux. So let's come back here and make sure we achieve that. I think we have a problem up here. We should have some margin. I think I did that. This should be margin bottom. Okay, perfect. So now, yeah, we have some space up top. All right, so that is it for the candidate section. Actually, the next thing we want to do is to be able to show a modal. Okay, so on click of the vote, we have to show a modal that will help us with the confirmation of our vote. Okay, so we click vote and then we have a modal with a cancel or confirm button and then the details and a picture of the candidate we selected. Okay, and we're actually going to use Redux Toolkit to actually achieve this. Right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to install Redux Toolkit. So npm install at redux.js/toolkit, and of course we have to install React Redux as well. I'm going to do save and then force. Okay, and we should have Redux added to our dependency right here. Okay, so in case you're having any issues with your Redux or any dependency that we've installed so far, make sure you are installing the versions that you see here. Okay, so we have Redux and then we have React Redux, sorry. All right, now of course we are going to have some slices. So let's first have UI slice.js. We are actually going to have both slice as well, although we are not going to use that for now. And I'll have a store.js file here as well. Okay, now let's enter our UI slice, and I'm going to have our UI slice here. So I'll say create slice, which should be coming from toolkit, and we are going to have our object. The name of this slice is going to be, I'll call this UI. The initial state is going to be an object with add candidate modal showing, which is going to be false initially. We have both candidate modal showing, which is what we are trying to achieve right now, what we want to show right now. Okay, which is also going to be false initially. And then we have election modal showing, which is also going to be false initially. And then we have update election modal showing, also false initially. Okay, so those are our states. If you want, you can of course get rid of this and then have a constant here, initial state, and then pass that right here. Okay, I hope that makes sense. But if you want, of course, you can even omit this and this should work fine. Okay, now we should have our reducers. We have open add candidate model, taking the state, and here we say state dot add candidate model showing should be equal to true. It's that simple. All right, now we should have another reducer to actually close it, and that will be close add candidate model, and I'll just set it to false. I'll just duplicate these two, and this will be for open vote candidate model. Okay, and this will be vote candidate model. All right, I'll duplicate this one more time, or actually I'll do two more times. Okay, so this will be to open the election. So open election model, and you have closed election model. It's that simple. Therefore, of course, these should be changed. Okay, they should be vote candidate model showing, right? And this will be add election. What is it? Election model showing. Okay, this should be election model showing. All right. Now the last one is going to be update election model showing. That is what we are trying to change. Okay, so we have true for the open and then false for the close. Okay, so here we will say update select, oh come on, update election model, that will be for the close, and here for the open we will say open update election model. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so these are the reducers that we need, and we are done for this slice. So let's export. First we are going to export the actions. Okay, so UI actions will be equal to the UI slice dot actions, and the default export here is going to be the UI slice that we just created. All right, okay, so that is all for our UI slice. Now let's come to the store. Let's create a store. We say configure store, which will be coming from toolkit, and it takes in an object. We say reducer should be the UI. Since we are going to have two slices, the UI one will be the UI slice, which we should make sure it is imported, the reducer. Okay, and then later on we are going to have one for the vote slice as well. Of course, we should go ahead to export the store as a default export. Okay, so that is all we need. Now the last thing we need to do is to actually come to index.js and wrap the app inside of a provider. Okay, so let's bring in, I'm going to actually do that here. Let's bring in provider from Redux, from React Redux, and then wrap that provider around our app. And this is all we need to make sure we have Redux working in our application. Okay, so now what I want to do is to create the confirm vote model. Let's create this model real quick, and then we will style it, and we will use the Redux to actually toggle it, okay, to show and hide it. We will use the Redux using the slice and the reducers that we have. That is open vote candidate model and then a close vote candidate model. We are going to use these two reducers to actually toggle it. All right, so let's work on the confirm vote real quick. Now I'm actually going to go ahead and bring in our candidate, and in here I'll have a state called modal candidate singular. Oh, and this one will be set modal candidate use state. That will be an empty object. Now once we are done with the API or the backend, we'll actually be fetching the candidates from the database. Okay, but for now let's have a little function here that will get us any candidates which we can just use for the design. Okay, now I'll call this function fetch candidate, and I'll do candidates dot find any candidate if that candidate's ID is equal to candidate 3. Okay, for now that's all we need. And if we get that candidate, then we are going to set candidate or set modal candidate to the candidate that we just found. Okay, and so I'm going to have a use effect here, an empty dependency array, of course, and then I'll pass in fetch candidate. Okay, all right, so now we should have something in modal candidate. I hope that makes sense. Okay, and that's what we are going to work with. Okay, so let's have a section here with a class of modal and a div with a class of modal underscore content, and another class of confirm vote content. Okay, now we are going to have an h5 which will say please confirm your vote, and below the h5 we are going to have a div, and this is going to have the image of the person or the candidate we are trying to vote for, and we'll say confirm vote image. Let's have the image, and that will be the modal candidate dot image. Okay, for the alt you can do modal candidate dot full name. Below the image we are going to have an h2 that will have the name of the candidate, so modal candidate dot full name, and below that we are going to have a paragraph that will have the motto of the candidate, so modal candidate dot motto. All right, now below that we are going to have a div with a class of confirm vote CTA, that's call to action, and we are going to have a button with a class of btn that will say cancel. I'll duplicate this and I'll have one with another class of primary that will say confirm. Okay, perfect. So the cancel will cancel the vote, and then the confirm will actually confirm our vote. All right, now I think this is enough for us to have the styling. And so let's see what we have so far on the page. What is happening here? Okay. Oh, I didn't bring in the store. Okay, so let's of course make sure we bring in the store. And of course, we should have a prop of store, and then we pass in the store that we created, the Redux store. Okay, so make sure you do that. All right, so yeah, that's it. Now you can see that nothing is showing, and that is because we don't have the styling yet. And of course, we are not rendering this component. That is the confirm vote component is not being rendered anywhere so far. And the place I want to render that is in here. Okay, next to this candidate section. Okay, so I'm actually going to have a fragment, a React fragment wrapped around the section. And that is because I'm going to have a sibling to the section. Okay, and the sibling is going to be the confirm vote. All right, perfect. So if we come here, we should have the confirm vote unstyled. All right, so let's go ahead and actually style this real quick. That will be in the CSS. Let me actually close all these that we don't need. Okay, and I'll close this as well. So in the CSS, let's go ahead and actually, I'll copy this. You know what? I'll actually have a general style for every modal. Okay, before we focus on the confirm votes itself, because we are going to have these styles for other modals as well. Okay, so let's target every section with a class of modal and give that a background. Actually, I'm going to do backdrop filter of blur, and I'm going to do 5 pixels. Okay, I'm going to position it to be fixed so that it sits on top of the page. So from the top is going to be 0, from the left 0 as well. I'll give it a z index of 2 and a height of 100 viewport height, and of course a width of 100 viewport width. Okay, and let's give it a background RGBA of, I'll do 000 and then 0.7. Okay, you can play around with the figures. I will display it to be grid just so I can place items to the center. All right, perfect. You are getting there. Okay, so let's move on and actually get the content. Remember, the direct div is the modal content. So I'll give it a background of color gray 0, a width of 35 rem, a border radius of 5, and I'll set overflow to be hidden. Perfect. All right, we are getting there now. Let's target the header. So modal header, did we have that? I don't think for the confirm we have modal header, but in other modals we're actually going to have this modal header. So for every modal header, we are going to have the background to be the color primary. The display is going to be flex. The flex, you align items to the center and justify content to be spaced between, and have a padding of 2 rem. Okay, nice. Now for every modal with an H4, the color is going to be white. All right, now let's target the modal header again, and for any button inside of that, we are going to have a background of transparent, let's see, I'll give a font size of 1.8 rem and a cursor. Actually, every button has a cursor pointer already, so I'll just do color of white. All right, now the next thing I want to do is to focus on the form. Okay, so in case we have a form, you know, add candidates, add election, update selection, and all that, those modals have forms. So for modal content with a form in it, we are going to give the form, we'll give the form a margin top of 2 rem, a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 1.5 rem, a padding of 2 rem, and a padding bottom of 3 rem. Okay. All right, now the last thing I want to have here is the form input. So modal content, form, and then any input inside of that is going to have a margin top of 0.6 rem, a width of 100%, a padding of 0.8 rem. For the padding, come on, 0.8 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. Background, oh god, background of color gray 100, border radius of radius 1, and color gray 900. Perfect. All right, so that is for our general modal styles. Now we can focus on the confirm vote modal. Okay, so now we can focus on the confirm vote. So you can see some of the modal classes or the styles for this general modal classes are actually having effect because we gave the confirm vote some of these classes. Okay, all right, so let's target the confirm vote itself. I'll target the confirm vote content and text align that to be center. I'll give it a border radius of radius 3. We save this what we have so far. Of course, let's go ahead and for dark themes, the confirm vote content will have a background of 211F2E. Okay, that's for dark themes. That's just by the way. Now let's proceed and confirm vote content H5. It's going to have a margin of 2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. A color of color primary as well. Okay, that's this. And the width, I'm going to reduce it. Of course, it's too big, so 15 rem should be good. Yep. Now aspect ratio is going to be 1:1, so the height and the width is going to be the same. I'll do margin inline of auto. I'll do border radius of radius 3. I'll do overflow of heading, and lastly margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so we are getting there. Now let's go ahead and target the confirm vote content P, or the paragraph. That's right here. And I actually think that's too long, so let's do something about it right now, just like we did for the candidate. Okay, so for every name, that's where I'm going to start from. If the length, come on, what is going on, is that's the length of the characters is more than 17, then the modal candidate full name dot substring, and we'll reduce it to only 17 characters. Okay, and then we'll add our dots. Otherwise, we will just show the entire full name. I hope that makes sense. All right, now I'll do same for the motto. So I'll just copy this and then paste it down here. And length, I couldn't spell length. Interesting. Okay, I'm making so many typos. So here will be motto, and then down here to motto. Okay, I have a question mark here. Same here as well. So let's save this, and now we have a shorter motto. Okay, now I think for the motto we can actually make it a bit longer, maybe 45 characters. Yeah, that makes more sense. Perfect. All right, so let's hop back to the CSS, and here I want to give it a margin and put this right here. I want to give it a margin of 0.4 rem, 0, and then 2.5 rem. Okay, so 0.4 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 2.5 for the bottom. I'll do a padding as well of 0 for the top and bottom, and then 2 for the left and right. Now let's get the CTA. So confirm vote CTA. That's the div that holds the two buttons that we have here. I'll give that a width of its content, a display of flex, align items to the center, and a gap of 1.5 rem. I'll give it a margin inline of auto and margin bottom, margin bottom of 2 rem. All right, so we save, and that's what we have. Okay, looking good. Now on that theme, I want to have some change to the confirm vote CTA. The button, I want to have a color of white. All right, so of course, close the modal, we need to use the Redux. Okay, we need to use toolkit, Redux Toolkit, to actually achieve that. And to open the modal, we need to use Redux Toolkit as well. All right, so we are going to hop back into our confirm vote right here and make sure we have that in place. Now, to show the candidates, or to be able to toggle the modal, that's a confirm vote modal, we need to bring in the slice that takes care of it. Okay, so that is the state here, vote candidate modal showing. Okay, we need to bring that state in here in the candidates component. And of course, we are going to use selector to achieve this. So const vote candidate modal showing should be equal to use selector, and we take in the state. So state.ui, that's what we called it in the store, if you can remember that. And we get the vote candidate or whatever. Okay, right here. Okay, so that is what we are bringing in. And if that is true, then we want to show our confirm vote modal. So that's what we need to do here in the candidates component. Now back here in the confirm vote, we need to be able to have an on click prop on this cancel. And once we hit cancel, then we need to be able to call a function that is going to close the candidate modal. Okay, so I'll call a function called close candidate modal. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and actually have that function here, close candidate modal. And in here, of course, we are going to use dispatch. So dispatch, use dispatch coming from Redux. And here we are just going to dispatch. Of course, we need to bring in our UI actions as well that we exported. That was a named export, so we need to bring that in. So we import UI actions, So we are going to dispatch UI actions dot close vote candidate model right here. Okay. All right. So that is all we need. Let me actually have a comment. And yeah, basically, actually in the individual candidate as well, we need to dispatch a function that is actually going to open the model. Okay, so just like I just did here in the confirm votes, I'm going to copy this and actually copy the dispatch function here as well, and I'll come to the candidates, I'll paste that, and this will open the candidates model. Will open the confirm. So the UI actions is going to open candidates model. Okay, so of course we should bring in UI actions, and we should bring in dispatch or use dispatch from React Redux, and that is not coming in, so import use dispatch, and I think that's it. Okay, so now we have to have an on-click prop that is going to call open candidate model. I hope that makes sense. And use dispatch candidate. Or is it use dispatch? Good. All right, so now we click and then we show the model. Now the model is not showing the candidates that we are clicking on because we are not fetching that dynamically. Okay, for now we only want to have the UI in place, because as you can see I had coded the candidates. Okay, the candidates ID is hard coded, right? But later on, once we have something in the database, we're actually going to make sure this is dynamic. Okay, so that is it for the confirm votes model. And I think the next page that we need to work on is going to be the congrats page. Okay, so let's head on to the congratulations page. I'm going to close this. So congrats page. This should be straightforward as well. Let's have a section with a class of congrats and a container class inside of it. Let's have a congrats container class as well. You have an h2, thanks for your vote. Below that you have a paragraph. Come on, what is happening? You have a paragraph. Your vote is now added to your candidate vote count. You will be redirected shortly to see the new result. Okay, and we will have a link below that. We should be going to the results page, of course. Of course, we should give this some class. So a class of BTN, SM, and then primary. All right, I think that's it. Okay, so we should go ahead and style this quickly. And I'm going to grab this. This will be congrats. Congratulations. Of course, we should go to that page so that we see what's happening. Perfect. And it's hidden below the navbar. So let's go ahead and actually style this quickly. Let's get the congrats section. Give it a padding of 8 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Give it a height of 100 viewport height, a text align, of center, and I'll target the congrats paragraph and just give it a margin of 0.5, rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 1.2 for the bottom. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. That is all for the congrats page, guys. That is all for the congrats page. And the next page we need to work, actually, once you come to the congratulations page, you know what, I want to do one thing right now. I want to do something right now. Okay, I want to make, when we come to the results page and we come here to whatever, we're actually fetching the candidates dynamically. Okay, if we click on this, we are not going to get anything. Okay, and I think we should show something here, maybe say you cannot vote or something like that because there are no candidates, and also I want to actually, once we click on the vote, I want to show the candidates we clicked on. Okay, so that we can actually have that in place before we finish with this front end. Okay, I want to have these things in place. So first thing I want to do is to actually get the candidate that we clicked on to vote for. Okay, once we click on vote, we should fetch that particular candidate. Okay, and to achieve that, we are going to use Redux. And so let's go into our vote slice. Vote slice, of course, create slice, takes in an object. The name is going to be vote. The initial state, I'm going to have that here. Okay, object, I'll say selected vote candidate, and it's going to be an empty string here. I'll say current voter, and this is actually going to be up here as well. So current voter is going to have an ID. I'll say v1, a token, and for the token I'll just have some random characters in here, and it's admin. All right, so these are the three things I need for the current voter. Okay, now I need selected election, and you are going to understand this when we start using them. Okay, and I'll do ID of election to update. That's self-explanatory. Add candidate election ID, and that's an empty string as well. All right, so that is the initial state that we have up top, and let's have our reducers. Of course, the first will be change selected vote candidate, which is what I'm going to use right away. So we need a state and an action. Okay, because I'm going to get the ID. So state dot selected candidate or selected vote candidate, as we have it here, should be equal to action dot payload, whatever ID that we pass in. Okay, and below that we are going to have change selected election. That will take in the state and the action as well. State dot selected election should be equal to action dot payload. Change ID of candidate election ID, action state dot add candidate election ID should be equal to action dot payload. And lastly, ID. Okay, action, of course, state. What is happening? Oh boy. So state, action, state dot add candidate selection ID should be equal to action.payload. Perfect. Of course, we are going to export vote actions, and that's vote slice.actions, and by default we will export the vote slice as well. Okay, so now in the store we are going to have right here, of course, we are going to have votes, and that will be the vote slice. Perfect, that's all we need. Okay, so now when I'm clicking on a candidate, that's when I'm clicking on the vote, when I'm clicking on this vote button, I call this open candidate model right here. And when I do that, I want to dispatch another reducer. Okay, and that is this right here, change selected vote candidate. That is what I want to dispatch. And so to dispatch that, I'll say dispatch. Now we need the vote actions dot change right here, change selected vote candidate, and we are going to put in the ID of the candidate which we are getting here. Okay, which we are destructuring here. All right, now since we have the ID of the selected candidate to vote for, we have to come to the confirm vote, and instead of this hard-coded C1, that's candidate 1, that's the ID, we are actually going to get the candidate from the Redux store. Okay, so get selected candidate from, or candidate ID from Redux store should be equal to use selector state vote dot selected vote candidate. Okay, of course we should make sure you have use selector here, and this is what I am going to use right here. All right, so if now we come back to our project and we click this, and I still have some issues. What is happening, guys? UI slice and dot reducer. Okay, perfect. All right, so now this should actually work. Okay, this should actually work. When we click, we show the candidates that we have clicked on. Okay, so we have the details of the candidates that we clicked on. I hope that makes sense. All right, now what I need to do is to actually make sure that it's responsive. I didn't take care of that. Let's do that right away before we move on to whatever we want to move on to. Okay, so I'll come down to the media query right here. Let's see what we can do. I'll get the candidates header and give it a width of container width SM, and this should be resolved. Now I'll get the modal content, and that should have a width of container width SM as well. Okay, so now when we click, right, it fits the screen of the phone perfectly. I'll get, yeah, that's it, guys. I think that's all we need. Okay, that's all we need. All right, so that's brilliant. We should move on to the next page, and that should be the elections page. I think that should be the elections page, because we are done with everything here. So let's move to the elections page, or the elections component quickly. Elections right here. Of course, we should bring in our elections array. I'll say that should be called dummy elections, because I'm going to have a state here as usual. Use state, and then I'll pass in the dummy elections. Okay, Perfect. Now in the return, we are going to have a section with a class of elections, and we have our container class and elections container class as well. And in there, let's have a header with a class of elections header. We have an h1 that will say ongoing elections. Okay, now below the h1, actually I'm going to have a button here with a class of btn and primary, and that's going to say create new election. And so that is for the header. Now below that, we are going to have a menu with a class of elections menu, and inside that is where we are going to loop through to show our individual elections. Okay, so for each iteration, I'm going to return a component called election singular. Okay, of course we have to give it a key, election.id, and I'll spread election. All right, so let's go ahead and create this component right here. Inside of our components folder, we are going to have election.gsx refce, and of course we should make sure this is imported here. Perfect. And so let's work on this election. For every election, we are going to have the ID, title, description, and then the what else, thumbnail of the election. And let's go ahead and return an article tag with a class of election singular. You have a div for the image, so election image. Of course, we are going to have our image. The source is going to have the image that we destructured. The alt, you can do the title of the election. And below the div, that's the election image, you are going to have another div, election info. And in here, we are going to have a link to the election details page. Okay, so that's elections / the election. Okay, so in here, now in the link, we're actually going to have an h4, and that's going to have the title of this election. All right, below the link, we are going to have a paragraph, and that's going to have the description of the election. Of course, we have to check the length of this. If it is more than 255 characters, then we have to shorten it. Okay, so in this case, select description dot substring, and so 0 and then 255 plus dot dot dot, and then description. I hope that makes sense. Now below the paragraph, we are going to have a div with a class name of election CTA, and so you have a link to elections and then the ID. Okay, so the election details page basically, and this is going to have a class name of btn and then sm, and it will say view. And lastly, we are going to have a button with a class of btn and then sm and primary as well, and this will say edit. So this is all we need for, oh, where's our thumbnail? Yeah, it's not image, it's actually thumbnail. So this is all we need for the election components. So now let's save, and of course link is not imported. We should make sure we import that from React router, and we have our elections. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the CSS quickly. Let's go ahead and add the CSS for our elections page. So elections, Make sure this is visible. I have to go to the elections page, of course. The section with the class of elections, let's give it a margin top. Let's give it a margin of 5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Let's get the elections header. Display it to be flex. Align items to the center. Justify content to be spaced between. Margin bottom of 1 rem. Padding of 0.5 rem. And yeah, that's enough. So we have our header right there. Now let's get the container. Actually, we call that election menu, and we are going to display that to be flex as well, but the flex direction is going to be column and the gap is going to be 1 rem. Now let's get the individual elections. Okay, so election, that's the class we gave to that article tag. We're going to display that to be grid. The grid template columns is going to be 17 rem and then auto. Now let's have a gap. Actually, I'll just align items to the center. Have a background of color white, so color gray 0, and the border radius is going to be radius 3. I'll set overflow to be hidden and give it a border of 0.5 rem solid and then color gray 0. Transition of transition, that's the variable transition at top. And of course we need some gap between this. So what is going on? Why is the gap not showing? That's quite interesting. Gap of 1 rem, right? Okay, maybe the class elections menu. Okay, elections menu, perfect. All right, so this is what we have so far. Not too bad, I guess, but let's continue and actually work. I'm going to give the election image a height of 100%. Actually, I'm going to give it a max height of 14 or 13 rem. I don't know which should work, but this is not too bad. Let's go on and get the election on hover. I want the box shadow to be 0.8 rem, 0.8 rem RGBA of this. Okay, so on hover we get this. Now let's get the election info quickly. And have a padding of 1 point. Actually, I'll do 1 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. Now let's get the election info again, and the H4 inside of it. That's the title. I'll give it a margin bottom of 0.7 rem and a color of color primary and a text transform of uppercase. Of course, every heading is already uppercase, so I don't even need this. Okay, now I'm going to set the election CTA. That's these buttons. I'm going to set them to a display of flex and have a gap of 1.2 rem between them and a margin top of 1 rem. Nice. Okay, so this is actually not looking too bad, and that's all the styles I have for this selections page or this selections component. Now if you want, of course, you can play around to actually center these images, maybe make sure they look way better than this, but this enough, guys. I don't want to turn this into a CSS tutorial. So of course we should make sure this actually looks good on small screens as well. And so wait a minute, I think it's not defined. Really, where is that? That should be on the election page, I think. Yeah, we have it here. So what's going on? I'll refresh the page. Okay, there are no errors. All right, so let's go ahead and actually make this responsive. So scroll all the way down, bring this to the right side, make it a little bigger. I'll get the election singular, and the grid templates columns here is going to be 1FR. Perfect, almost. And what else? I'll get the election info, and here I'll say padding should be 2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. And I have an issue, guys. There's this weird overflow. Small screens, election image height is going to be 100%. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so I think this looks good so far, and we don't have all day, so let's just move on to the next page, which should be the what is going on here? Okay, I think I have a problem. So it should go to the elections page and then the ID. Okay, yep, good. So let's work on the elections page quickly. That's the next, that's the election detail, sorry. Let's work on the election detail, or the election details component right here. And I think that's the last page. I'm not sure though. I think that's the last page. Actually, I have to make sure we can click on the button here to show a modal for us to be able to add an election. Okay, so we should actually work on that first before we get to the election details. Add election modal.jsx components here, and this is what we are going to work on. And I may actually have another component that will be able to update the election. Okay, but for now, the add election modal is what I need to work on right away. For the markup and the return, we are going to have a section here as well with a class of modal, and let's have modal content. Now, you know, the classes that we had earlier are going to help us a lot. Okay, so let's have header here with a class of modal header, and we have our h4, and we'll say create new election, and a button. We are going to have a button here with a class of modal close, and in there let's have IOMD close. Okay, which is an icon. All right, now below the header we are going to have a form. I don't need any action, but inside the form we are going to have our div with a class. Actually, I don't need a class. It's just going to wrap around the h6 and the input. Okay, so this is going to be a text area input. Let's give it a name of description. Let's just duplicate this twice. We need a description, a title, and what else? Okay, this should actually be title, of course. This is the description, and then we need a thumbnail. So this should be file. Right, so below the many divs, we are going to have a button with a type of submit and a class of btn and primary. Okay, now this is going to say add election. Of course, we are not going to see this right away, and so in the elections page, we are going to wrap this section inside of a fragment. So I'm going to have a fragment here and put in our section, and next to our section we are going to have our add election modal. Okay, perfect. So now if we come here, we have our election modal showing. Okay, and it is looking good because we already have the styles. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to put the stuff that we are going to be getting in a state. So we need a title, of course. So set title, use state is going to be empty initially. I'll duplicate this twice. Description, and then we need, so set thumbnail. I hope that makes sense. Now let's turn this. Now let's make this a controlled input. So we say on change, we get the E, that's the event. We say set title, and then we pass in e.target.value. Okay. Now of course we should say value to be equal to the title to make it really controlled. Value here is going to be equal to title, and you will say on change and do that. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, so and this should be set description, of course. Now for the thumbnail, right here on change, set thumbnail e.target.files, and then we get the first file in the array, in the files array. I hope that makes sense. Now actually I'm going to make sure there are only a few files that I'm going to accept in this input. Okay, so PNG, JPG, JPEG, WebP, and then AVIF. Those are the only files I'm going to accept. This should be on the thumbnail input. Come on, what is happening here, guys? This should be on the thumbnail input, and of course this on change, it should be on the thumbnail input. All right, so that is it for this add modal component. Now of course we have to use the Redux toolkit to actually control the closing and opening of it. Okay, so in the elections page, on click of this button, this create election button, we should trigger, why did I even close that? That's vote slice. We should trigger this reducer, right? Or it should actually be in the UI slice. We should trigger this reducer, open election modal, to actually open it. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So you say open modal, we should bring in our dispatch function, of course. So dispatch, and we are going to bring use dispatch from React Redux. Okay, now we say open modal, and you say dispatch UI actions and open election modal. Okay, so on click of this button right here, we say open modal. I hope that makes sense. All right, so initially it should be false, of course. And what is elections? Right here, we should actually bring in that state. Of course, we should bring in that state. That's the election modal showing state. We should bring that in. So const election model showing should be equal to use selector state.ui dot election model showing, and if it is true, then we want to show the add election model. I hope this is making sense, guys. All right, so we save this and it's not going to show, but if we click this, we can actually see it. Of course, we should be able to click this to actually close it. So let's have a dispatch. Let's dispatch the close election modal function or reducer on that too, and that will be inside of the add election model. This is the close icon that I'm talking about. And so let's have on click, and I'll call close model. Come on. Close add election model. And of course we need a dispatch function. So use dispatch. We need to bring in, so I'll say dispatch UI actions, of course, and close selection model. It's that simple, guys. So now I can actually close and open my model here. Okay, so that's it. Now let's move on to this election details page quickly. I'll just close these out. I'll keep this open for now. Of course, the CSS file should be open as well. And let's hop into the election details. All right, now of course we need to get the election that we want to show. Okay, here we want to show a particular election, right? And we can actually do that through the ID in the link. Okay, so let me show you quickly. Once we come here to the elections page and we try to click, you can see down here, put your eyes down here. Okay, focus here. You can see that we have elections slash, and then we get the ID of that particular election. Okay, here too we get the ID, and it goes on like that, right? So we need to get that ID and then fetch that election from the elections array. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to bring in the elections array. Wait, do I have to locate that? Come on, man. And it's going to come from, let's go into data, and yeah, that's where it's coming from. Okay, and I'm actually going to call this dummy elections. I want to fetch that one particular election, but I want to get the ID of the election that we want to get, and I'm going to get that from the params. All right, so use params, and I'll get the ID from that. So let's go ahead and get or fetch elections, or what should I even call it? Is it get election? Yeah, get election. I want to get that one particular election. Okay, and to be able to do that, I will say dummy elections dot find. I want to find any election, an ID of the ID that we have in the params. Okay, and that is going to give me that election. All right, so once I have that election, I can go ahead and actually have something in the return here. Okay, I'm going to have a section and give this a class of election details. Okay, I'm going to have our container class and election details container class as well. I'll have an h2 current election. Maybe that's what I should call it. Current election. And actually, I don't need to. I'll just do elections. Okay. So the current selection dot title, that's what I want to show here. Below that, we are going to have a paragraph that's going to have the description of that election. So current election dot description, and below that we have the thumbnail of that election, and this is going to be inside a div with a class of election details __ image, and I'll have our image, which is current election dot thumbnail. Okay, for the alt you can show the title, so current selection dot title. Below the image we are going to have the candidates of this selection. Okay, so let's put that inside the menu tag and give this a class of election details candidates. Okay, right now, how do we get the candidates? It's going to be very similar to what we did for the candidates page. So I'll say election candidates. I'm going to bring in the candidates I'm going to bring that from the data. I'll put these two down here because yeah, they are my files. So to get the candidates that belong to this particular election, we are going to use the filter. Okay, so candidates dot filter candidate. So any candidate with election, remember every candidate has that candidate election key inside of it. Okay, so if we check the data.js, every candidate has an election. You could actually call it election ID, but this is what I just called it. I forgot to actually give it a more reasonable name, right? Sometimes you are just so focused on the functionalities that you find it hard to actually put some time on naming things right. So that's basically the election ID. So if the election ID is equal to this current election, then we want to return that candidate. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so we have our election candidates and we are going to map through them, and for each of them we are going to call it candidate, and we are going to return a component called election candidate component. Of course, let's give this a key of candidate dot id. Let me actually close this, and I'm going to spread the candidate. Perfect. So let's go ahead and actually create this component. That's the election candidate .gsx refce. All right, I'm not going to do anything in here for now, but we are going to work on that very soon. So right after the candidates, I'm going to have the voters for this election. Okay, so I'm going to put this inside an article tag, or you can have it inside a div, whatever you want, or you can even have it inside another menu. Okay, and I'm going to give this a class of voters. I'm going to have an h2 and say voters, and below the h2 we are going to have a table, and I'm going to give this a class of voters table. Now the table head is going to have a tr, of course, and we have th, full name, we have the email address, and the time the person voted. Okay, t body, tr, td, And for the first TD, you have, let me actually duplicate this twice. For the first TD, you have an H5 that will say the name of the voter. So voter, you know what? Let me bring in the voters array as well, of course. I'll bring the voters array here as well. Now, of course, we need to actually map through to show the TR. Okay, so in the T body, we are going to have the voters array and then map through that. For each voter, we are going to return a TR, and inside the TR, we are going to have the name. So for every voter, we have what? The name of the voter. Let me show you quickly. You have the full name, email, and for now we don't have the time, so we are just going to use a hard-coded time. Okay, so we have voter dot full name, voter dot email, and for the time, let's see, just something random. Okay, all right, so that is it for the entire election details page. Now, of course, we should go ahead and work on the election candidates as well quickly. And here, of course, we should go ahead and bring in the full name of the candidate, the image, the motto, the ID, and its admin. Okay, I don't think we have its admin, but yeah, this is enough. Okay, for now at least. We are going to have an li and give this a class of election candidate. Okay, now you have a div with a class of election candidate image, and it will have the image. So yeah, the image. For the alt, you can have the full name. Below the image, we are going to have a div that's not going to have any class. We will just have an h5 in here that'll have the full name of the candidate. Below the h5, you have a small tag that'll have the motto, and of course here too we are going to check if the length is greater than 100. Okay, I think 100 is actually too much, but yeah, let's do 70 maybe, or you can just play around to see what works okay for you. If it is more than 70, then we want to just show a part of it. Okay, so 70, and I'll add a dot. Otherwise, I'll just show it. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that's for the small, and below that we are going to have a button with a class of election candidate btn, and this is going to have IOMD trash. That's the icon it's going to have. All right, so that is all we need here. Okay, that is all we need in here. Okay, so if we come back here, this is what we have. Okay, and as you can see, we have the voters table here as well. All right, so let's quickly style this election details page, and I think this is the last page that we have so far. Okay, so let's quickly get to the CSS and give this some styling. I'll copy this comment, paste it in here. Election details. I feel like pasting this and then getting everything over it, but let's just try and then type it out. I'll just get the election details, give it a margin of 5 for the top and then 0 for the left and right. Maybe I should just switch to light theme. Okay, election details image. The height, I'm going to set that to about 15 rem, and I'll give it a margin of 1.2 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and 0.8 rem for the bottom. All right, now let's target the candidates. So election details candidates. I'll give it a margin top of 2.5 rem, a padding top of 2.5 rem as well, a display of grid, grid template columns of repeat auto fit main max 15 rem 1 fr. Perfect. Now let's have a gap of 3 rem, a border top of 2 pixels solid color gray 200. Nice. Now let's target the candidates themselves right here. So election candidates, give it a background of color gray 0 and border radius of radius 4, overflow of heading, position of relative, and text aligned to the center. Oh boy. All right, now I'm going to target the image. That's the candidate selection, candidate image, height of 12 rem for them. And should I do 12 or increase it a little bit? I'll set overflow to be hidden here as well. Nah, bro, 12 rem is too small. I'll do about 14 rem. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, now I'll target the election candidate H5. That's the name, and give it a margin of 0.5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 0.2 rem for the bottom. Maybe you can play around with this to actually get a better look. That's not too bad. Election candidates, and then there was a div inside of that. That's the second div. That's what I want to target. So the nth child, I want to give it a padding of 1 rem. Okay, perfect. So maybe 1.3 rem should be more, or should look more nice. Okay, now I'm going to target the button. Okay, so the delete icon that we have here is inside of a button, and we give that a class of election candidate btn, and I'll position that to be absolute, and that is why I set a relative position here, because that's the parent, or that's the target which I want to, or the reference that I want to position this absolutely. Right, it's going to be 0. It's going to be 0 from the top as well. Give it a margin of 1 rem. If I save, there it is. I'll give it a transparent background, and actually I'll give it a danger background. Okay, and the color is going to be color gray 0. A border, I'll give it a padding of 0.5 rem, a font size of 1.1 rem, and let's save and see what we have so far. Of course, we need a border radius. I'll do radius 2. Let's save that as well, and I'll display flex just so I position the icon right in the middle. So position flex, and I think that should actually do it. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to give it the radius 2 is too much. I'll make it radius 1. Okay, so you can just play around with it to see what works for you. Okay, now I'm going to have a hover effect. on hover, I want the background to be color gray 900. All right, now I'm going to have a button. Okay, I don't think I had that. Now in the menu, I'm going to have a button. Okay, so in the election details page, next to where we rendered the candidates or we looped through the candidates, I'm going to have a button, and that button is going to have a class of add candidate btn. Okay, and it's going to have an icon of IO add outline. It's a plus icon. All right, so there's it, and we have to style that. So let's get back to the CSS and I'll actually put this on the left side so that you see everything take place. So that is add candidate btn. Sorry, it's a dash. Add candidate btn. Background is going to be color gray 100, border of 2 pixels, solid color primary, border radius of radius 4, font size of 5 rem, a color, that's a text color of color primary. I'll set box shadow to be 0.8 rem, 0.8 rem, and an RGBA of this. That's black with 10% alpha. I'll give it a transition because I'll have a hover effect, and I'll display that to be grid just so I can place items to the center, and give it a main height of 15. Oh, how many did we do here for the candidate image? We did 14. Yeah, maybe 14 rem or 15 rem, whatever. You know what? Here I'll do 14. I'll do, sorry, 15. Okay, so I save, and this is what I have. Perfect. Okay, so we are done with the styling for our I think the space there is too much. The space here above the name probably too much, so I'll just reduce it a little bit. Okay, H5, the top, maybe, right? Yeah, that's perfect. Now let's get the voters. Okay, so the voters, voters should have a margin top of 6 rem and a margin bottom of 3 rem. Okay, that's cool. Or you can do margin 6 rem for the top and then 3 rem for the bottom. That's simple. Now let's get voters H2, text align that to the center. Margin bottom of 3 rem, right? And then I'll get the voters table and give it a weight of 100%. Okay, good. Now let's get the TR. Actually, I'll get the voters table and then the T head first. Let me get the TH inside the T head and text align that to the left, and also give it a padding of 0.7 rem and then 1.5 rem. Okay, now I'm going to target the table data inside the T body. Okay, so T body and then the TD should have a padding as well, a padding of 0.7 rem and then 1.5, same as what we had for the T head. Right now I want there to be a difference when we are looking at it. Okay, I want it to be easy to look at, right? So T body, so voters table, T body, and then TR. I want to select the nth child, odd. Okay, so every odd one should have a background of color gray 0. Okay, should have a white background, and that's what we have. All right, now the voters, wait a minute, margin. Okay, this should be margin, not margin top. All right, so this is what we have for now for this delete. Maybe I should change this to 2. That's the radius. Okay, not too bad, I guess. Or I can use a manual value of about 0.6 rem. Yeah, that looks better. Perfect. And let's see how this looks on mobile device. Terrible. And so we have to make sure this actually is responsive. And any error that we find or we see later on, we're actually going to fix it. I don't want this to have any bugs. Okay, so let's target the voters table here. We are in the media queries, by the way, and I'll get the T body right away, and then the TR, and I'll display that to be flex here. The flex direction is going to be column. I'll give it a width of 100%. Okay, I'll remove this. All right, that's for the T body. Now I'll have some styles for the T head as well. Let me actually have that up top here. T head. So for the table head, I'll display that to be flex, and the flex direction is going to be column. Let me save this, come back, I'll refresh, and it still looks horrible. And that's interesting. Maybe you should go back and elections. Okay, and I'm click. Okay, now it is actually looking good. We just had to refresh the page, that's all. Each child should have a unique key that is in the election details. Where is that? I think that is in the loop for the voters. I didn't have any key for that, so right here, let's give the TR a key of voter.id. Okay, so now if I refresh, you shouldn't have this error. Perfect. Of course, on dark theme, they should look good. They should look good on dark theme. And we should be able to actually click this to show the model. And I think I forgot to actually do same for the update election as well. Okay, so let's work on that real quick. These two, that's the update. Let me do that before I actually get back to, or should I just do this first and then I'll get back to the update. All right, so to achieve that, we need to put an on-click prop, and I'll say open model. So let's just have an open, I'll create that right here, open model. Okay, perfect. And here, of course, we are going to dispatch an action. Okay, so let's bring in use dispatch and dispatch an action in the UI actions, and that will be open add candidate model right here. Okay, so it's that simple. Of course, we don't have that add candidate model, so we have to go ahead and create that. Of course, let's go ahead and do that real quick. Add candidate model.gsx, right, FCE, and oh boy, my neck. All right, so let's create add candidate model real quick. Real quick. Okay, it's going to be inside of a section, and we have the styles already, so this shouldn't be too difficult. It's going to be inside a section with a class of model, and you have a model content and header with a class name of model header. Now you have an h4 that will say add candidate, and below that you have a button that will close the model, and we are going to give this a class of model close, and the close is going to be io md close. Okay, that's the icon. Below the header we are going to have a form. You don't need an action, of course. Now in the form you are going to have a div, the first h6 candidate name, and then we'll have our input, text input, of course. The name is going to be full name, and on change we have e, and then we set full name, which we don't have yet, will be equal to e.target.value, right? Now the value is going to be the full name, which we don't have yet. So let's have those states. So you have full name, set full name, use state initially, come on, it's going to be an empty string. So you need a name, a motto, and what else, a thumbnail or an image. So let's duplicate this div twice. We need candidate motto and set motto, and here the image of the candidate. Let's see, for the file, of course, that will be e.target of file, and then we select the first file, but then we only accept PNG, JPG, JPEG, WebP, AVIF, and yeah, that's enough. And lastly, we'll have, let me close this. Lastly, we will have a button of submit and a btn and primary class. Okay, this will say submit or add candidate, right? This should actually say set image. Event target files. All right, plural. Great. So I think that is it for, of course, the values. This is going to be the motto, and here I don't think I even need that. Okay, so I'll save this, and of course we need to be able to render that in the elections page. So right here, that should be update selection model showing. So in the UI, update selection model showing, right? So here, update election model showing. If it is true, then we want to show, update election model, which we don't have yet. Okay, I'm confused because I was thinking I'm working on the update election or the model to actually update the election, which I don't have yet. So let me quickly have that update selection model.jsx. Okay, what we just worked on, the form that we just had, is actually to add a candidate. Okay, so let's actually come back to the election details page and actually make sure we can show that. Okay, so I think for this section we are going to wrap that inside of a fragment and then bring this way down. So we'll have a sibling to this and that will be the add candidate model. Okay, and before we show it, we should make sure, before we show it, we should make sure add candidate model showing is true. Okay, and so we are going to use selector, bring in a state.ui dot add candidate model showing. If it is true, then we want to show this model. Okay, add candidate model showing. I hope this makes sense, guys. Of course, for now it's not true, so we are not going to see it, but on click of this, it should show right here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I don't think we have that imported, so let's import that. Okay, right here, it has been imported now. Update selection model is not defined. Of course, let's go back to the elections page and make sure we import that as well. Okay, so now if we click, we should be able to, what is happening? Interesting. Nothing is happening, and that's quite strange. Guys, for some weird reason, I don't know how and why this open model function to dispatch this reducer isn't working, honestly. So you know what, I'm just going to ignore it for now. Let's take care of the update right here. Let's take care of that, and once we are done, we will come back to the open model or open candidates model. Okay, so now we want to be able to click this edit to show the update candidate, or sorry, the update selection model. All right, now the update selection model itself, although we have the component, it is not done. So I'm just going to copy everything from the add election. Sorry. So there is the update election model that we are working on. So this is update. I'll come down here and then change this to be update as well. Of course, I think everything in here should be the same, right? Everything in here should be exactly the same. Okay, but on click of the election, that is this edit button here, on click of that, we want to open the update model. I hope that makes sense. All right, so or just say open model. It's a different component, so yeah, open model is good. Now open model should be equal to, I have to bring in the dispatch, so use dispatch And of course we need the actions as well, that's the UI actions. So dispatch UI actions dot open update election model, right? And that's what we need here. So once we come here and then we click, we should have, now of course we need to make some adjustments. This should say update election or edit election if you want, and the button should say, one should say update, or I'll say update here, and at the top I'll say edit election. Okay, and that's all we need really for now. That's all we need. Of course we should be able to click this close to actually close it, and we actually have close model here, close update election model, and the action is going to be different. We need a close update election model. That is the reducer we want to call here. So we click and it closes, so we can open and close. Right now we can actually go ahead and fetch that election and then put the title, the description and all that in here, but I think this is enough for now. Okay, let's get back here where we have the issue with the opening and closing of this add candidates model. For some reason it's not working, so I'm going to go back into, of course I can close the update elections and all that, and it's just simple, guys. On click of this button, I want to call this function which is going to dispatch the open add candidate model, which we have in here. Okay, which we have in here, open add candidate model right here, and we just set the add candidate model showing, which is the state. We set it to true. It's that simple, but for some reason this is not working and it's pissing me off, honestly. You know, I don't see any mistake here. I have on click model, and the UI actions, I'm bringing that in as well. As you can see, I have the dispatch function here, use dispatch. So I don't know what's wrong here. I don't know what's wrong, but for some reason this won't work. Okay, you can see that we have this here. So that's the add candidate modal. Okay, so I'm making a typo. Modal L. Okay, if that is the same spelling from the UI slice, then it shouldn't make any difference, but it's actually not the same spelling, so that is why we were not able to do it or not able to show it. All right, so of course the computer never lies, so I was actually making the mistake. Okay, I had a typo in there. Of course we should be able to actually close it, so let's get to the add candidate model, and right here, that's the button we want to use to close it. Close add candidate model, and we've done this quite a few times already, so you know how this works. Simple. Close add candidate. Come on, man. Perfect. All right, so now I can close and open the, wait a minute, close add candidate model. Of course we should have the on click close model, of course. So now we can click and open the model. Perfect. So we are basically done with the entire project, guys. We are done with the entire project, which is amazing actually. Okay, you can go to the results page, fetch the candidates. We can vote for candidates, or at least show the model for the candidates. We have all the pages so far, and everything is looking amazing. Even on dark theme, everything is looking great. Okay, we have the update election. We have the create election model as well, and everything is looking amazing. Let's go to okay, for the logout, we didn't touch that. We are going to work on that once we finish the backend. But we have the login page right here. We have the sign up page as well, and all the pages are done. Okay, all the pages are done, as you can see. All right, so I think this is where I'll end the React part of this tutorial, and in the next video we are going to work on the API or the backend. Now let me quickly show you how this looks on mobile phones, just so you get the idea before I close the whole thing. Okay, so on mobile phones, of course, there's the dark theme, there's the light theme. Let's go to the results page. This is how it looks. Okay, we have our model looking great. On light theme as well, everything is looking perfect. You can go to the elections page, edit election. We have create election here. You can go to the election details. Wait a minute. You know what? Because I was debugging, I changed this to true. Initially it should be false, of course. Okay, so that's it. We have the voters down here, and everything is looking amazing. So that is it for this entire tutorial. Thanks for sticking around, and I hope you learned a lot from this tutorial. Stay tuned for the part 2, where we are going to create the backend for the project.